So, good morning. This is Stephen Winkle. I'm the chair of the Building, Fire, and Other Structural Design Committee. This is day number 2. I have a question for
point of order, please. Can
Yes.
I just return control of the meeting to you?
Okay.
Thanks. I am returning control of the meeting to Steve Winkle. Thank you, Chair Winkle.
Okay. So Dawn, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to ask the chair if they will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda today.
Yes, I will be recusing myself on the Chapter 10 Building Standards Commission. I believe that's item number 11. There's another Chapter 10 item, which is item 18. I will not be recusing myself on.
Is it possible to propose that we have an alternate chair for today's meeting?
No, we have an elected chair. We have an elected vice chair. I had a question for the staff. Do we need to reestablish a quorum for a second day? Or are we good? Do we need to take a roll, or are we good to go? It looks like we have a quorum, the same folks who were here yesterday.
Yeah, I think for the record, we'd like to do a roll call today.
Okay. The other thing is I'd like to just very briefly read a couple of housekeeping items that we touched on but didn't go through in detail. Basically, I think we're doing a little better on schedule than we thought we were doing at the end of the day, but we shall see. I'll call on the state agency to make the proposal. They'll discuss each item, then I'll call for public comments. Please avoid duplicating comments. I think people were actually pretty good. We got some people who talked a little longer than we would have liked, so hopefully people will keep their comments brief. We'll take a roll call vote on each motion, and then we'll take an overall roll call on the total motion after if we subdivide issues. Stay on the subject matter. I think people actually were pretty good about that yesterday, but keep that in mind. And people were good about being respectful of others' time and opinions, so I don't think we have an issue there. And we'll probably take another 10-minute break at the beginning of the morning, and then an hour or 45 minutes or so at noontime. So having said that, why don't we call the roll about who's in attendance?
Steve Winkle.
Here.
Ara Sarkisian.
Here, sorry.
Cheryl Damnich.
Here.
David Tyree.
Present.
Randall Metz.
Here.
Don Anderson.
Present.
Yeah, I can see you. Sharon Goey. Gwen Steerer.
Here.
Kevin Moore.
Here.
Crystal Sacheski.
Here.
Eric Wolf. Not here, I guess. Okay. So we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the next item up is item number 11 on the agenda, which is the Building Standards Commission BSC 0322. Oh, excuse me, it's item number 10. I'm getting ahead of myself. BSC 0122, which is Administrative Code Part 1 of Title 24. Who's going to make the presentation for that?
Hi, Chair. My name is Brandon Estes with CDSC, so I'll be presenting items 10 and 11 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Should I proceed?
Yes, please.
All right. Good morning, Chair Winkle and committee members. My name is Brandon Estes, Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. I will be presenting agenda item 10, which contains BSC's proposed amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. The proposed BSC amendments to Chapter 1 of the California Administrative Code are being made to implement and make specific requirements of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act that apply to the CBSC rulemaking process. It is the intent of the act that actions of state bodies be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. Additionally, the act authorizes a state body to adopt reasonable regulations limiting the total amount of time allocated for public comment and for each individual speaker. It has been noted at past CBSC public meetings that some members of the public provide lengthy public testimony, effectively limiting the ability of other public members to provide similar public testimony on subsequent agenda items. In efforts to provide an equitable opportunity for all public commenters to provide inputs and to encourage public commenters to be concise when expressing their input, BSC is proposing time limits for the following reasons. 1, time limits will ensure that all public commenters will have an equal amount of time to provide comment. And 2, public comment time limits will assist the commission and committee chairs to efficiently carry out obligatory business. So I'll now go into the specifics of each code change. So item 1-1, here BSC proposes to amend existing section 1-403 public participation to add a 4-minute maximum time limit for oral public comments. Discussion at CBSC meetings prompted staff to research other state bodies that implement public comment time limit policies and regulations. Subsequently, CBSC staff identified 8 state bodies that implement public comment time limits and regulation, as well as 4 state bodies that implement public comment time limits by taking a policy approach. BSC has determined that 4 minutes is appropriate for the rulemaking process. Pursuant to the requirements of Bagley-Keene, we are also proposing an exception to this section that doubles the maximum time limit for members of the public who use a translator or other translating technology.
Okay, you don't need to, I think all of us have read everything, so if you can kind of truncate a little of the comments, I think that would be appreciated.
Oh, well, that's it for item 1-1.
Okay, I guess the other question is what we did yesterday, or just we did aggregate certain things if they're dealing with the same subject, because particularly the state fire marshal had numerous items, but they were related to each other. Is it possible to, or would you like to take one each individually, or would you like to aggregate them?
The items for the admin code?
No, well, yeah, basically the entire item, if you think they could be considered together, or do you want them heard separately?
The following 2 items are merely pointers in the admin code pointing back to item 1-1 or section 1-403.
Okay, so it seems like they could be considered together if I'm getting some nodded heads. Don, you had your hand up?
Yes, I have comment on item 1.
Okay, so we should take that one separately then. Okay, let's start with item 1. Are you do you have anything more to say on item 1?
No, I do not.
Okay. So Dawn, go ahead.
I would like this item to go back to the Building Standards Commission.
We can't hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Just barely. It's not very.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening with my audio, but I'd
That
like
got
this.
better.
Okay, I'd like this item to go back for review. And I would like to propose that an individual speaker that requests accommodation for effective communication be considered for the exception. Persons that are hard of hearing, deaf, or other persons with disabilities may need additional time to communicate and have effective communication in public deliberation. So I can forward proposed language to the Building Standards Commission, but would like to see that included in the exception for the doubling of time.
Okay, thank you. Gwen?
I concur with Don's concern, but I also had a question about the language. It says provide comment on a specific issue, and that may be that's awfully vague to me. And what if I get up to the microphone and I say I have 4 issues I want to talk about? Do I have 16 minutes then? I think it's vague. Mia looks like she wants to jump in.
Mia? You have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. Brandon, is it okay if I try to answer this question? I don't want to step on, but I know we tag team this together, so.
No, go for it. I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree, Gwen. The term on a specific issue is, and we wanted to be careful here because, as you know, there's agenda items, but within an agenda item, you may have several topics that the committee or the commission has decided to, provide open public comment on. So it isn't that the person commenting has 4 issues and they get 16 minutes. It would be like an example of yesterday where the state agency presented a topic, the committee said, let's talk about 1-1 and we'll go to public comment. There's a 4-minute, right?
Mhm.
And then, we're going to go to 3-1 and the same person has some comments, they get another 4 minutes. So that's the intent. But we're also trying to replicate the language that is in Bagley-Keene, and it's written this way.
Okay.
And it does provide some flexibility here, but you're right, there could be misinterpretation. So I hope that clarifies it a little bit.
Yeah, and in other forums where I've given public testimony, the total time has been limited. Like the amount of time per person is determined based on the number of comments that potentially may be provided. And 4 minutes is an awfully long time when you have 30 people out the door, right? You'll never get done. So you might, given that I will probably support moving this for further review, further study, you might consider this is a maximum and the total amount of time may be adjusted depending on the maybe adjusted downward depending on the number of people who wish to speak on a given topic. Because you could filibuster it just by bringing 10 people.
Yep. Okay. All right, we'll take that back. And to Don's point as well, again, we're replicating what's in Bagley-Keene, and this isn't intended to not address something that can be brought as an accessibility issue through the ADA. So we take that your comment is additional time is allowed for a person who requests the additional time for reasonable accommodation. So, but we can noodle that too. We can figure out how to include another exception in there that is clear for ADA requests.
I
Christine?
appreciate that noodling.
Crystal, you have your hand up?
Yes, I wanted to ask state agency, did they consider rebuttals? Because as you know, yesterday there was discussion, an issue was brought up by a commenter, and then, another commenter had a different point of view. And then, they wanted to have an opportunity to rebut what was then, said, kind of like a debate process. So, with this very strict terminology that you've written here, it doesn't allow for that debate process.
Don, you had a comment, or did you get in what you wanted to say? Your hand's not up, just checking. Okay. Yeah, I would, having been on the receiving end of this when I was on the commission, I have great sympathy for getting the stuff into the code, but I think at the moment it's too rigid in both the maximum and time, and also the doubling criteria for accommodations. The other thing is, in response to what Crystal was saying, is I would ask the commission to take a look at the formal process that's enacted at the ICC, of where there's basically the proponent, the opponent, rebuttal and opposition, rebuttal and support. I mean, it's a very, very formal structured process, and with a diminishing amount of time for each layer. But you still get a chance to have the debate that you try and encourage when you're doing this public hearing for these kind of changes. Randall? You got your hand up? Mr. Metz?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment based on observations yesterday that the debate process, the proponent, in my opinion, is the state agency. And we seem to have a lot of back and forth between people making public comments, debating, which I don't believe is necessarily the intent there. I think that, their public comments should be responded to by state agency, rather than getting into a debate on the floor between people making public comments. That's where I think the difference between our process and the ICC process is slightly different there.
Yeah, I mean, and the other is I think the major distinction is I think what you're talking about is the agencies are the proponents rather than an individual or an organization. But in any case, I don't see any other raised hands on.
Sorry.
Ben, you raised your hand.
Yeah, Mia, maybe regarding the specific issue, you could say agenda item. Something like that instead of specific issue.
But is that a variation from the Bagley-Keene language?
Oh, I don't know. Probably.
It is, and it gets us into that issue of if there are multiple topics within an agenda item, we have to allow the public to comment on those items. So, yeah. So I think maybe so we can get through this item, not meaning to rush it, but I think we've heard what the big nuggets are. We can take this back and do a further study this code cycle, and then go out for 45-day. And then I would ask the committee, Dawn, you had some ideas on what you could send us. So in the meantime, please send us your idea. That will help us with the further study. And then during 45-day, we'll kind of see what kind of comments we get back. So just know that we have nothing in the code right now that restricts time limits. It's open-ended. So I just want to let you all know that too. And so go ahead. Sorry, Steve.
I was just going to say, you got a thumbs up from Dawn on turning comments in. The other thing is, so it seems like I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Are there any raised hands on the public side or anyone on the phone?
There are no hands raised. The person on the phone is unmuted if they wanted to speak. Just now's your opportunity.
Okay. 408, I think, is the number. I see.
Looks like there's no comments on the public side.
Okay, so it's back to the Mr. Metz, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to, through the chair, see if we can combine 1-1 through 3-1 in one action, since they are just carrying forward the action of 1-1.
Anybody have any objection to that? See, it makes sense to me. Don thumbs up from her. So, yeah, I think the big discussion item was one, and the other two, like you say, are just pointers to whatever is. So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for 1-1 through 3-1 to refer them for further study based on criteria number 6.
Second from Dawn Anderson.
Okay, second from Don.
I would
So
like to add criteria 3 and 7 as well.
So
I'd
it would be
accept that.
3, 6, and 7.
Yes.
Mr. Tyree? Nope, you just moved. You're square lighted up, your hand's not up. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, let's call the question. This would be all of the items in this item number 10 would be further study.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zierer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So the next item is item 11, which is Building Standards Commission 03/22, which is the existing building code provisions of part 10. I am going to recuse myself from this, so I'm going to turn things over to the vice chair, to Cheryl Dominich.
Do we need a motion to accept the committee's action?
We need the global motion. Yes, thank you. So let's go back. Can I have a motion for adoption of further study for the entirety of item number 10?
And I move to approve all actions. Actually, there was one action.
Yeah, motion a second.
Second, Tyree.
Okay, thank you. So any discussion? Seeing none, call the roll on that, please.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zierer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so now we're on to item 11, and I will turn it over to the vice chair.
Thank you, Steve. Brandon, would you like to start your presentation on the items for item number 11 for the Building Standards Commission adoption of Title 24, Part 10?
Yes, Chair. So good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Brandon Estes, Associate Construction Analyst with the California Building Standards Commission. And I hereby present BSC's proposed adoption of amendments to 2022 California Existing Building Code. The majority of the BSC proposal is administrative in nature with no change in regulatory effect, and is associated with SFM's, the State Fire Marshal's proposal to adopt the International Existing Building Code, Chapters 6 through 11, and to print Chapter 13, as none of these chapters were printed in the 2022 California Existing Building Code. BSC continues to not adopt IEBC Chapters 6 through 11 and Chapter 13 for scopes within BSC's authority listed in Section 1.2 of the 2022 California Existing Building Code. However, pursuant to BSC's authority to establish the format of the California Building Standards Code and to resolve conflict, duplication, and overlap in the code, BSC proposes to amend IEBC Chapters 6 through 11 to remove references to building standards not adopted in the state of California, and to amend Chapter 1 regarding the format of the CEBC by removing statements about chapters not printed and no longer needed. The BSC proposal has no regulatory effect. The only BSC proposals not associated with the SFM proposal are Chapter 3, Item 2. BSC proposes to correct a mistake in the 2021 triennial code adoption cycle, where 2 words were accidentally removed from the code language, and Chapter 10, Section 1006.3 seismic loads. This is 7-2 on the Commission Action Matrix. BSC proposes to eliminate conflict with existing CEBC section A102.2. So this concludes my overview. I'd be happy to go through these item by item. If you'd like.
So there's going to be some discussion on these items. Can we group together the first 2 items, items 1 dash, is the committee okay with 1-1 and 1-2? I think we'll start to have some comments after that. And Brandon, if possible, we've all read the documentation, and so if any discussion can be summarized instead of reading it verbatim, that would be appreciated.
That's fine. I may have to defer to some other CPSC staff for summaries.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone okay if we do item 1-1 and 2-1 together? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. Let's do both of those items.
Okay, so 1-1, Chapter 1, BSC proposes to amend section 1.1.11 format, making it largely the same as similar sections in other part of Title 24. Second paragraph was added to the section in Part 10 during the 15 triennial code adoption cycle to clarify the availability for adoption of Chapter 6 through 11 and Chapter 13 of the 2015 IEBC that were not printed in the 16 CEBC. As these chapters are proposed to be printed or adopted by SFM this cycle, there's no need for this clarification anymore, and the language is proposed to be deleted. Item 2, this would be 2-1. BSC proposes to revise section 317.2 scope to correct a mistake in the 2021 triennial adoption cycle. In the triennial rulemaking package, the words structurally connected were accidentally deleted. This was a co-adoption with DSA. And these 2 words are important to retain the original meaning of the provision, because additions that are not structurally connected are designed in accordance with provisions for new buildings in the California Building Code. So that's items 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Dawn, I see you have your hand up.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Since we're moving forward with language under 317.2 scope, can the Building Standards Commission please describe what and/or means? I would just propose editorially that this language be corrected. There's no such language, and it's ambiguous and confusing, and I've argued to eliminate that in entirety in the code.
Don, could you please repeat what section and what words?
I believe it was 317.2 scope under item number 2.
Yeah, I see now. Thank you.
And/or please consider proposing an editorial change on that.
So I'm not sure that we can address it. It's existing language and it's not proposed for any modification at this time. Your comments, however, are acknowledged, Dawn, for the BSC to consider. Randy, you had your hand up. It's gone.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out, we're only looking at these 2 here. Are we going to get into the same situation we had yesterday with State Fire Marshal's office in looking at the rest of it as a package deal? Or is it our intent to go section by section on IEBC related stuff for BSC as well?
Let's do these two items and then let's ask that question since we already started this process. Is that okay with you?
We can do that.
Okay, great. So any other comments from committee members?
This is Crystal. Crystal Sujewski, State Fire Marshal's Office. I'm also an ex officio member of the CAC. I just want to commend Building Standards Commission for participating in the State Fire Marshal's work group and working with all of our stakeholders to make this proposal possible. And we definitely support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Any other committee comments? Are there any public comments on any speakers on the phone, call in?
There are no hands raised. If the person on the phone would like to comment, now is your opportunity. Okay. Looks like there is no public comment.
Okay, is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve 1-1 and 2-1.
Okay, Gwyneth has a motion. I'm sorry, who did the second?
Matt's.
Thanks, Randy. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the committee? I see none. Irina, let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain?
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Downage,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Winnie Stewart,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
7 in favor, 1 abstain, motion is carried.
Thank you, Irina. Going back to Randy's question on whether the expectation is for for the committee to look at the remainder of this agenda item number 11 on part 10 of Title 24 as a single package, or if it's appropriate to go through them individually. Can the commission comment on this question?
So I have concerns about several different elements of item 3, item 4, item 7, and item 8. So I think we need to take them one at a time.
I tend to agree with that. Is there any other input from the committee members on that? Dawn saying yes. Is there any opposition from the Building Standards Commission?
Oh, can I, Irina, is it okay if I chime in?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I just have a recommendation. I think they can all be heard at the same time. And I think we can offer it up for public comment, and you could decide as you go through the items if certain things need a different action. This is slightly different than the State Fire Marshal's package because these are cleanup items for BSC's authority. And so if there is a approve as amend or a further study on certain things, that could be done separately. But you may find as you go through and we address the questions that one motion could take care of all of them. I hope that wasn't too make it more confusing, but I think you can certainly go through all the items and discuss them and open them up for public comment and then decide if you want to parse some things out for a separate motion.
Okay, so let me ask a question because it's not very clear for me. If we open all the items at once, are we looking first to the commission to describe all of the items one at a time, or is there any further discussion beyond Brendan's introduction that needs to happen on each of these items?
So one thing that's worked at another committee is the state agency presents the item and then the committee asks questions. And then we go to the public, are there any questions? And then we move on to the next item. And then you could decide later on how you want to do a motion on all of them.
Okay.
So that provides the committee an opportunity to discuss each item and then the public to say their piece. Does that work okay?
It's presuming that we're going to go the same on all the items. And so I'm okay with that. I see some hands raised from the committee members. So let's get some input. David Tyree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mia has answered a lot of my questions. I was wondering, when we do that piece by piece, does that mean we're going to be taking different actions or one action on all of the items? If we discuss them separate, I mean, are we planning on either approving it completely or further studying it completely?
It would have to, the way that Mia's describing, we'd have to have one action for all of the items, other than the first two that we previously addressed.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was to Gwyneth. Are your comments technical in nature, or are they editorial in nature?
They're technical. Mia, were you going to jump in? I'm not sure that David, I'm sorry. I don't think that we have to have one single motion, even if we read them all. I think Mia was just saying, let's read them into the record, and then we can talk about them.
Okay.
I concur with that. That was my comment. I think Mia then said, once we've had our discussion, we can determine how we'd like to form a motion at that point there.
Okay. Everything that everybody describes right now sounds to me like we're going through everything item by item, even if they were all open at once. Am I misinterpreting this?
That's what I'm understanding as well.
But
Okay.
let me just give you my concern, since we've opened that barn door. I'm worried about the deletion of the references to chapter 12. Obviously, those deletions should happen. However, I think there are conflicts because now we don't have a reference to the California State Historical Building Code. And it appears that all these chapters now apply to historic buildings. So I think I'm going to recommend further study on a whole bunch of these, because I think it needs to be very clear. Maybe it gets added somewhere else, like in chapter 3 or chapter 1, that you immediately go for historical buildings, you immediately go to the State Historical Building Code. But by parsing it out and deleting it here and deleting it here, I'm concerned that we're now implicitly causing historical buildings to be governed by chapters 6 through whatever, 11.
Okay. All right, Gwyneth, let's do this. Let's open up item 3-1. It's the next item, and it specifically addresses your comment. So is there any further presentation from the Building Standards Commission before we do committee discussion on item 3-1? And at the moment, we're going to move forward with the anticipation, with the statement that all items are going to be on the table, item 3 through item 9 for this chapter. And we are going to first hear item 3-1.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read a description into the record. So in chapter 6, and this would include all sub items of the item number 3 on the commission action matrix. BSC proposes to remove references to historic structures and chapter 12 of the 2021 IEBC to eliminate conflict with existing California regulations, and to add a reference to the California Historical Building Code, Part 8 of Title 24, which regulates historic buildings in California. Secondly, in section 601.1, this applies to the CAM number 3-1. DSC proposes to add a new exception, clarifying that the use of chapters 6 through 11 is not permitted in occupancies, buildings, and applications regulated by DSC and listed in section 1.2. The addition of this amendment in chapter 6 will allow the code users who may not routinely check the matrix adoption tables located at the beginning of each chapter to be aware of the limitations on the use of the work area compliance method and avoid potential misuse of these chapters.
Okay, Gwyneth, Did you have other comments, or would you like the Building Standards Commission to respond to your question that you asked before Brandon read the intro?
Well, did he only read 3-1?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you could just summarize 3-1 to 3-4, we don't need it reread to us, but just broadly, that way that all of part 3 is open.
Point of order to a question to staff, Building Standards Commission through the chair. How is chapter 12 to be presented in the code? Are we having a matrix that's empty and reference to title or part 8, or are we reserving that chapter? How is it being presented in the existing code? I don't see any proposals in any of the items that we are deliberating on over the last 2 days on how these reserved portions are being presented in the code.
I guess for
Indexing, contents, etc.
so thanks, Dawn. I'm going to ask the question a little bit differently. We adopt many different code, Title 24, many different parts, and part 8, is that the historical building code? I'm getting confused at the moment. Okay, part 8 is the historical building code. Do we always reference other standards? And I think that's the question. There are times in the building code when we reference the fire code and reference the mechanical code. And are we not being consistent by not referencing Title 24, Part 8? So that's Irina.
Yeah, if I can answer that. So first, as Tom kind of question was first, how that's presented currently. We have chapter 12 reserved, and there is a reference to part 8, kind of right below the title of chapter 12. So if someone needs to go to historic buildings, chapter 12 in existing building code, they go there and they immediately see reference to part 8 about historic structures.
So, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, sorry.
And then with the references, so we reference other parts if we need to, and we do the same with part 8 now. That's part of our proposal for this cycle. So we remove references to chapter 12, and then we provide the reference to part 8 instead, so that people know chapter 12 is not applicable, but they need to go to part 8. Hopefully that answers the question. If not,
Okay, I'm going to take other committee comments. Ara, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll bring another example. For a while, California didn't have existing building code and was referring to chapter 34. So for scoping, as a building official, what we do, if the project is subject to Title 8, Part 8, then we go with the historical building provisions. In case in that code there is a reference to other codes, then we'll use it. But other than that, we stay there. I believe the way I understand this language, this cleanup and not referring to 12 and referring to historical code, that's what exactly we do, not to confuse people where to end up with their project. I think this is perfectly fine. It doesn't refer to 12. 12 is not there because there will be duplication, will be confusion where to go. To me, if it's a historical building, will be subject to historical building code. I think it's clear. To me, it's clear, at least to me.
Okay, thank you, Ara. Dawn?
And then just to follow up on, we're looking inside the language of the code, but any references on the initial pages of the existing building code how is chapter 12 referenced in the index, etc.? So are we reserving it, or is
Yes.
it going to have, but I don't see those pages up for deliberation here. So I appreciate the language and I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying, are all pages of the existing building code being addressed with this? Because this is going to carry on into the future for some code cycles if we are taking our model code and removing chapter 12. So we want to establish these rules as we republish the existing building code over and over again. What is the index of the code reading, etc.? That's
Gwyneth?
Okay, let me see if I can summarize my concern here with an example. So 601.1 has a scope statement, and we strike out historic buildings from 601.1, but 607.1 mentions historic buildings. So you can't strike out historic buildings from 601.1, but also have a reference to historic buildings in 607.1 because 601.1 is the scope of the chapter.
Okay. Any other committee comments? And are we discussing 3.1 through 3.4 right now? Are there any other committee comments? Any comments from the public? Oh, Dawn, I'm sorry.
I just had a question. Is DSA the standard setting agency in this case for the historic code, and have they been consulted? And I don't, maybe Diane Gould can speak to the historic building code and how it's being handled here.
If I can start, and then if someone from DSA can want to chime in, that's completely fine. But don't I want to clarify one thing? We are not proposing to do anything with chapter 12 at this proposal. It's already not there. It was not there kind of, I don't know, from the beginning, I think. It was reserved from the existing building code from the beginning as California started to adopt existing building code. The only thing that we are proposing now is to provide references to Part 8 and remove references to Chapter 12. We are not doing anything with Chapter 12 itself. That's the one thing I wanted to clarify.
And Part 8 is not even on the agenda for discussion.
It's not.
It's existing, and we'll continue to enforce it as has been and utilize it as has been done in the past. Okay, I see that Steve has his hand raised, Chair Winkle. And so I'll take your comment first as public discussion. Steve, are you there? Your hand's raised.
Muted myself, apologies. And let me turn myself on. I'm Stephen Winkle speaking for myself, having recused myself on this item. I believe that the concerns that I think Era well put it well. I believe the concerns that Gwyneth and Dawn have are actually all accounted for. And if we don't make those provisions or the revisions, if we go remand this for further study, we're going to end up with the same proposal, and it's not broken. This needs to be fixed, and this proposal fixes it.
You're muted, Steve. Are you still
I'm sorry.
talking?
I just said all of the items are in that category. I mean, these are basically just editorial is not the correct word, but it's basically if we're not going to adopt Chapter 12, we need to make these strikeouts. And all of the pointers are in place now for the State Historical Building Code. I use it all the time. I have a lot of practice with this, and it seems to work just fine.
Okay, thank you. I see no committee members additional comments. So Irina, do we have any public comments?
There are no hands raised. The person on the phone, if you'd like to make a comment, now's your opportunity. Looks like no public comments.
Okay, so my question to the committee is, we've discussed item number 3. Do we want to move on to the additional items, or do we want to make a motion on item number 3?
I would suggest to move on and discuss everything at once. And if anything we have to concentrate and take out from the
Okay,
package, then we'll do that. That's my suggestion.
okay. Steve, is your hand still raised? Okay, any other comments? Oh, Gwyneth?
Yeah, I mean, I use the state historical building code quite a bit, and there's often confusion among building officials as to whether it applies, whether it doesn't apply, does it apply to this situation or not that situation? And I think I completely understand that we need to strike references to Chapter 12 of the IEDC. Absolutely. However, I think we need to add pointers to the state historical building code. And I do believe that there's a conflict in 601.1 and 607.1, because 601.1 does not include historical buildings, but 607.1 does. So, I mean, if you want, you can, read them all into the record and we can discuss them all. I mean, I don't know if I'm in the minority or majority here in terms of my concern. So we could have a test vote on just item 3 and C.
Randy?
Yeah, to Gwyneth's point, I don't believe that's a building official problem. That's not a code problem. And I don't necessarily agree with putting pointers in everywhere in the code to account for building officials that are inexperienced in utilizing a specific code. So that's my 2 cents there.
Thank you. Ara?
Sorry, I don't see any conflict between 601 and 607. 601 is the scoping of this existing building code. 607 is pointer stating that in case, if you are looking at this historical building as an existing building, this is not the area you need to use. This is not the code you need to use. 607 directs you to historical code. And for building officials should be clear, starting scoping. Is this historical building? I'm dealing with 8, with historical code. If it's not a historical building, then I'm going to existing building. And I know lots of time they say the building is built, second day certificate of occupancy is issued, this becomes already existing building. So we have issues there for applying building code versus existing building code, and also versus to historical building code. But this makes it very clear. Scoping doesn't include any historical building, but for a clarification, if you have a historical building, do you use this existing building code? Clearly 607 said, no, go to historical building code. A simple.
Okay. I'm going to, I see no other hands raised. We've asked for public comment. I'm going to ask for a motion on item number 3 and hope that it sets the stage for the committee's preference on how we address the pointers and the references for Title 24, Part 8. So is there a motion from the committee for item number 3?
Motion to approve item number 3 in its entirety as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyree.
David Tyree has a second on that. That was Randy with the first and David with the second. Any further discussion from the committee? All right, your hands raised still? No? Okay. Can we do a roll call, Irina?
Cheryl, I'm so sorry. I was listening to something else. Could you please repeat the motion?
Yes, Randy, will you please repeat the motion?
Yeah, motion to approve item number 3 in its entirety as submitted with a second by David Tyree.
Thank you. Steve Winkle,
Abstain?
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Nay.
Gwen Searer.
Nay. Nay.
So we have 4 in favor, 2 object, and 1 abstain.
Kevin
Motion-
Moore.
You didn't,
Yeah, we have Kevin Moore with us. That, yeah, he left us
I
earlier.
messaged you yesterday, most probably, when Kevin.
Yeah.
Moore- so, and
I'm
Kevin,
here. Nay.
Yeah. so we have 4 in favor, 3 objects, and 1 abstain. It looks like motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on, and with the expectation that this item regarding the pointers for the Title 24 Part 8 is resolved, and move on to item number 4. Were those, I just have a question for the committee. Were those the majority of items? Can we take the remainder as a group, or will we have comments on the individual sections?
I have no other comments other than that concern goes through pretty much the remainder, but I'm in the minority, so I'm going to lose every vote.
I'm okay with taking the entire item as one.
Okay. So I'm going to, I'm sorry, Brandon, do you have any further presentation to make on item numbers 4 through 9?
I could read the summary in for the record.
I think the committee's okay. We're pretty comfortable with what's presented. So are there any further discussions from the committee on items 4 through 9 for Part 10? Dawn?
I'll let my vote reflect my position. Thank you.
Okay. I see no other comments from the committee. Are there any comments from the public?
There are no hands raised. The person on the phone, this is your opportunity if you'd like to make a comment. Looks like no public comment.
Okay, we're looking for a motion on items 4 through 9 in their entirety.
Motion to approve item 4-1 through 9-1 in their entirety as submitted.
Second.
And Ara, that's Ara with the second. Randy with the first. So we have a motion to approve in a second. Is there any further discussion from the committee? Gwyneth, your hand is raised.
Yes, just for the record, I am concerned that we have a hole where historic buildings should be referenced with a direct pointer to the state historical building code. And I think it violates criteria number 6. That's it. So I'll be voting no.
Dawn?
I also will agree with Gwyneth, and I will add that referring to the historical code on building and life safety issues is in conflict with 9-point item 1 and 6, and I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Dawn. Any other committee comments? Okay, I think we're ready for roll call.
Steve Winkle,
abstain?
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Nay.
Gwen Searer,
Nay.
Kevin Moore,
Nay.
4 in favor, 3 object, 1 abstain. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Arena. And we're looking for a motion for this item, which is item number 11 on the agenda, to approve our package as a whole with our previous motions.
Committee actions on agenda 11 BSC 01-22 entirely.
I'll second that, Tyree.
Actually, that's a 03-22.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve in its entirety for agenda item number 11, 3-22. Any further discussion did I need to do public comment? Did I need to do any public comment on this? I'm sorry.
I don't
No.
think.
Okay, any other further discussion from the committee? Roll call, please.
Steve Winkle,
Abstain?
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Nay.
Gwen Seaver,
Nay.
Kevin Moore,
Nay.
4 in favor, 3 abstain, 1 abstain. Motion is carried.
Thank you. I am returning control. I'm assuming Chair Winkle, you are prepared to take control of the meeting back.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
I am returning control to Chair Winkle.
Okay. And that'll be the last item I recuse myself on, I believe. So the next item up is item number 12, Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD 03/22 for amendments to the California Building Code, Part 2 of Title 24. So I invite HCD to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the BFO SDLF Code Advisory Committee. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Also available and representing HCD are Mitchell Baker, Assistant Deputy Director, and Tom Martin, District Representative 2. I'd like to take a brief moment to thank the California Energy Commission for their assistance and sharing of expertise for this rulemaking and for their active role in review of non-energy code parts of the 2022 California Building Standards Code. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Building Code, which I'll refer to as the CBC. HCD's proposal implements Health and Safety Code Section 17-922, subsection A, to impose substantially the same requirements as in the 2021 International Building Code, which is the model code adopted for residential structures by HCD. This proposal also meets the requirements in Health and Safety Code Section 18-930, subsection A, Item 1, to avoid conflict with other building standards. In this case, existing conflicts occur between the 2022 California Residential Code and the proposed amended sections in the 2022 CBC. These proposals were distributed to HCD's Title 24 mailing list for comment between September 12th through 28th, 2022. HCD did not receive any comments on this proposal. During the past triennial code adoption cycle, the California Energy Commission reviewed the existing 2019 California Building Standards Code and also the model codes proposed for adoption as the 2023 California Building Standards Code. During this process, references to the international climate zones referenced in the model codes were evaluated for correlation to California climate zones, and the Energy Commission developed cross-reference tables for the international versus the California climate zones. At this time, HCD also repealed the amendments that provided California climate zone references in the CBC and the CRC This rulemaking completes the process of repealing HCD's amendments related to California climate zones, with the exception of one section, and provides substantially the same provisions in the model code, as well as reduction of conflicts between the CBC and CRC. To conclude this general introduction, HCD will commence with the discussion of proposed changes and request the Code Advisory Committee's recommendation at the conclusion of each section. We also thank the committee for your time and sharing of expertise, and are available to answer any questions or to provide further information on HCD's proposals. So,
Emily, a question. What we've been doing on other changes, and see whether we can do it here as well. I think the committee is familiar with the proposed changes, and they all seem of a family in terms of, rather than doing them item by item. Do you think that they could be considered as a group?
I think so. The subject matter is actually vapor retarders, but they're also in different sections of the structure. However, the main action is to repeal the California amendments related to the climate zones and defer to the model code, and then also make sure that the cross-reference table developed by the Energy Commission would be used by the code users.
So it seems like this is just a general cleanup in terms of catching up with the model code and the references. So what I would do is to see if any of the committee, I see Dawn has her hand up, see if any of the committee members have any questions about specific items, and then see if we can respond to that and treat it as a single part. I don't want to hurry it along, but if we don't need to go over it item by item, I think that would be, I don't think we need to do that. Dawn, you have a specific question?
I just wanted to share that I would support that action, and I also want to thank Ms. Withers for her presentation. Well received.
Yes, I'll second that. Any other questions on the part of the committee? It seems like everyone's pretty comfortable with this. Are there any? I'm going to go to the public then to see and check. Emily, did I understand that you received no public comments written to this item? Any of these items?
We did not.
Okay, good. Thank you. So looking, Irina, are there any? I don't see any hands raised in the audience. Anyone on the phone?
There's a public comment in Zoom. Bob Raymer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. This is Bob Raymer representing the Building Industry Association and the Apartment Association, and we're in strong support of the HCD changes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for being brief, Bob. Okay, any other raised hands?
No other raised hands. The person on the phone, if you'd like to make a comment, now's your opportunity. Looks like no further public comment.
Okay, so back to the committee. Can we have a motion?
Move to approve 1-1, 2-1, and 2-2.
Second from Dawn Anderson.
Okay, and that's the entirety of the proposal. Is that correct, Lemon?
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion, and do I have a second?
Dawn seconded.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? I don't see any raised hands, so let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Renee Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, and the motion was for the entire proposal. Do we need to have a second vote, or can we consider that done?
I think it should be done because that's
Okay.
just one motion. No point to approve the only
Okay,
motion.
so I need a motion for the entirety, which is just a repeat of what we just did. Somebody.
We do or we don't?
No, we don't.
We don't.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood you. I'm not here. I didn't hear that. Okay, so we're good. So we can move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Item number 13 is the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section, DSA Structural Safety CC 02/22, which are amendments to the Administrative Code, Part 1 of Title 24. Someone from DSA make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Winkle and committee members. I'm Diane Gould. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just checking. Thank you. I'm Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect, Structural Safety Section. Also here with me today, I have Ryan Huxley, who's a Supervising Structural Engineer on my team with the DSA Headquarters Structural Codes and Standards Unit. Thank you for this opportunity to present our proposed changes for the 2022 California Building Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Before you today, you have our 2022 Title 24 Part 1 Intervening Cycle Rulemaking Package. That's our California Administrative Code, or CAC package. I wish to emphasize that the proposals included for this Part 1 package, as well as our Part 2 and 10 packages we'll get to next on the agenda. The entirety of the proposals consists primarily of editorial adjustments in order to address clarity and consistency, but they do not represent significant changes in practice or regulatory effect. DSA has a public school construction collaborative. The acronym for that is PSCC. We shared our proposed rulemaking packages for parts 1, 2, and 10 with the PSCC for their feedback. And the PSCC serves an advisory capacity to DSA to offer industry input and feedback on many related issues related to the design and construction of pre-K, TK through 12 schools, as well as community colleges. The PSCC is comprised of 16 individuals who represent a cross-section of stakeholder groups, as well as 3 ex officio members whose purpose it is to ensure that DSA is considering a wide range of views and perspectives. During the pre-cycle development of our intervening rulemaking package, DSA also worked to align with other agencies such as BSC, the State Fire Marshal, and OSHPD where appropriate, where we have co-adopted amendment language. So the package before you reflects and includes adjustments that we made as a result of feedback received during our pre-cycle outreach and coordination efforts. We're also required to perform an assessment and determination of whether any of our proposals would result in fiscal or economic impact. And I can report there are no proposals in our package that result in fiscal or economic impact. That determination must be reviewed and confirmed by our department, the Department of General Services, our agency, which is the GovOps agency, and ultimately the California Department of Finance. Our 399 package, as we call it, has already been reviewed and confirmed by DGS as well as GovOps and is currently with the Department of Finance for review and confirmation. We thankfully only have a few items to discuss today, and I just want to confirm how we would like to approach this. It seems, I don't know if we should go item by item or, can you please offer some advice?
Yeah, what we've been doing, if possible, is the committee's reviewed the changes. I think we have opinions about what to do, but I think that the best thing would be to treat it as a whole. It sounds like, particularly for this item, that these are mostly changes without regulatory effect, if I understand correctly. Let's kind of open it up to the committee and see if there are any individual questions, but and then we can focus on those items that kind of rise to a question and otherwise treat them as a whole. Does that make sense? Yeah, I don't think we need.
I'm happy to follow.
Yeah,
however you would prefer.
I don't think we need to go over every item in detail. That's what we've been doing in the past. Dawn, you had your hand raised?
Yes, on agenda item 13, I had a question about clarity. This may be editorial on item 1 4-310, you do include in the title of the text, dwellings for employees. Was that intended to remain, or did you want to remove that or strike out that text? I just wanted clarification since that is part of the scoping of your changes, I think.
This is 4-310, is that correct?
Yeah, and so I can speak to that. Yeah, the purpose, as noted in our eyesore, the purpose of this proposed change was because of AB 306 removing those personal residences used by teachers or district employees from being part of the Field Act review. And so Don's pointing out that the title of that 4-310 is school garages, warehouses, storage and similar buildings, dwellings for employees, and miscellaneous structures. So it's sort of implied that those items are excluded from the Field Act. So I don't know. I mean, we could certainly take it under consideration, and I'm interested in the public comment. I see Ryan Huxley also has his hand raised to jump in here and offer maybe a little more detail. But I think it seems the title is appropriate because it's addressing, are these part of the act or not? But
So Ryan,
please,
I've got
if I
two
can
other
pass it
hands
to
raised.
Ryan, yeah.
Let's go to Ryan first, and then I'll go to Gwyneth and David.
So yeah, along the lines of what, thank you, Mr. Chair. So along the lines of what Diane was saying, so the summary title, if you will, for this section, in a sense, summarizes the information covered in the paragraph for that. So I don't think that we need to necessarily strike dwellings, given that it covers that topic.
A question, perhaps maybe from the BSC staff as well. My understanding is that the titles in bold type are not legally part of the code. Is that correct?
Apologies, I was muted.
Yeah.
Actually, Steve, I don't know that question's been raised. I mean, it is codified in the code, so I guess technically it's part of the code. But the enforcement of the regulations is going to be within the body of the text. So
Right. So I mean, it seems like they're not completely parallel, I think, which is what Don's pointing out. Okay, let's go to Gwyneth and then David.
Okay, so I only have a few minor, probably editorial concerns. So let me just list them out. In 1-1, you say personal residences for teachers or district employees or their family. It should probably be families, or if you wanted to say or their family members, I think that's more grammatically correct than or their family. I'm not worried about the title issue in that. I also think it's editorial. And if you look at like school garages in 1.1, school garages is in the title, and it says the act does not apply to buildings that store buses. So I think everything follows. It's a shorthand for what follows below. So that's my issue with 1-1. The next one is 4-3. There are two locations in 4-3 where we talk about class 2. Let me get to the right spot here. Class 2 projects. And usually class 2 is capitalized, the C in class. So again, these are really minor. They're in item 3 and 4 of 4-333.1. Class should be capitalized. Class 2 projects, class 2 projects. And the final is a question about, sorry, I have to figure out where this is. It's way down there. I think it's all part of the same part, but you've flipped, it goes A, C, B. in terms of order. This is on page 11 of 21 of the express terms. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hold on. It's still in 4-3. And it's all the way towards the bottom of that.
I think it's on page 6 of 10 of the express terms that you're.
It might be
speaking to.
7 of 10. Go to the bottom of 7 of 10. And it goes A, C, B. I assume that the intent is flip those. That's a really minor, but we don't want to go A, C, B.
That's exactly correct. And we, Irina's laughing because we spent a long time talking about how we should show this in the express terms. And this was the result of many iterations that we thought was the best solution. So, but that is the intent, is just, we want to flip the order.
So I guess my question,
Correct.
about my little minor editorial things, am I okay just turning it over to you to get those, or do we need to make a motion for amend?
I would resist that, but that's up to you.
I've taken note of it to look into that, and I believe we have the option to, well, I know we have the we must revise our express terms before the 45-day, and we speak to any adjustments made between here and there and why that goes into our 45-day ISOR. So any of these comments, I've taken note of them. I could certainly make sure that's addressed in our commentary for the 45-day, if that pleases the chair and the committee.
That works for me.
Okay. Again, I don't think any of those would have any regulatory impact, but they are, they're good catches. Mr. Tyree and then Dawn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Maybe it's a point of information. It's on item 4, 4-333.1, and it's actually in the exceptions to number 4. Right now you have an exception which would permit special inspection in steel, concrete, or masonry. And I guess want to make you aware that ICC now has a special inspector program for mass timber. So if you wanted to throw that in there as well, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Dawn?
Yeah, my comment is only to suggest another title. Again, I would approve as submitted with these friendly amendments that the title of 4-310 is school facilities.
So that would be the entirety of the title?
That's what I'm suggesting. And then the body of the text would define that scope.
Okay. That actually may be a, the title itself is a laundry list at this point, so it might make sense to compress it. Gwyneth, you had a comment? And Dave, your hand's still up, are you?
All right. Yes, I just noticed 2 more classes that need to be capitalized. It's on page 5 of 10. Up in item 5, it says class 3 projects. And then down in item 6, it is class 3 projects. So maybe just look through, do it, find and replace.
Global search, yeah. Thought I saw another hand up. Nope. Okay. I don't see any raised hands on the part of the committee. Are there any public, did you receive any public comments on this? I assume you did not. Okay, Diane shaking her head.
I should say, I should verbalize that. No, we did not receive any public comments on this.
And are there any raised hands in the audience?
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Anyone on the phone?
Sorry. To the person on the phone, it's your opportunity if you would like to make a comment.
Okay, so hearing none, back to the committee. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to move all of item 13, agenda item 13, as approved.
I'll second. Dawn Anderson.
You want to have any caveat in there with the editorial comments as discussed? Or,
I trust DSA.
okay, that's good. That's good. The discussion will reflect the editorial comments, so. Okay, I don't see any other raised hands, so let's call the question. And it's basically for the entire approval of the entire motion. Of the entire item.
Correct.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So let's go on to item 14, which is DSA structural safety 03/22. This is building code part 2 of title 24.
Thank you, Chair Winkle. Once again, Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. Now we move on to discuss our 2022 Title 24 Part 2 Intervening Cycle Rulemaking Package, which is our California Building Code or CBC package. I have with me here today Ryan Turner, our supervising structural engineer on my team with the DSA Structural Safety Codes and Standards Unit. And thank you once again for this opportunity to present the proposed changes for our CBC code package and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. Once again, the proposals that are included for this Part 2 package, as you saw for the Part 1, it consists primarily of editorial adjustments, which we're proposing in order to address clarity and consistency, but do not represent significant changes in practice or regulatory effect. I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach when I presented our Part 1 package. This Part 2 package, as I mentioned, underwent that same outreach process and refinement. Excuse me. As with Part 1, I can report that there are no proposals in our Part 2 package that result in a fiscal or economic impact. So once again, would you like to take the same approach as we did for Part 1 and open it up to the committee for any
let's basically
items?
open up the entire item for committee comment or discussion, and then we'll see how that translates into a motion or motions. Gwyneth and then Dawn.
Yeah, so for 1-1, I have trouble figuring out, it's called movable equipment, but this change requires that it to be fixed. And the original language, as far as I can tell, and let me grab it. It used to say equipment that is directly attached to the building and or directly connected to a service distribution system / utility with or without wheels or rollers. So the original language, as I read it, would allow, let's say it's a box with a wire coming out and it plugs into a wall. That to me is movable. Maybe it has wheels. And now we're saying it must be anchored. So to me, this looks like it's a change, and that change would potentially have costs. I'd like a comment, maybe, Diane.
Can you respond to that, please? DSA?
Sorry, I was going to say, Ryan, can you take this one, please?
Sure, no problem. Thank you, Chair. So this is Ryan Turner with DSA. And so this was something that OSHPD had coordinated with us to include, and I believe there was some confusion as to whether or not movable is fixed or not. And the intent is that because the movable equipment, by the definition, is directly attached to the building or connected to the service distribution system, then it by default is fixed. The main distinction is that it doesn't have to have it doesn't have to remain fixed during its whole service life. It can be moved around from time to time for cleaning, and can be attached with reattachable anchors or restraints. So we felt that it would be helpful to go ahead and clarify and put fixed in the definition to remove that confusion. But I believe whether or not it's called fixed, it would be treated the same way regardless.
Okay.
I have more.
Well, no,
No, let Glenna finish, please.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, in item 2-1, and forgive me, can you explain the difference between special inspector, approved agency, and project inspector, and entity providing inspection services? Because we seem to be, we're saying you can't have any relationship between all four of those things. I'm not sure if they are all different.
Sure. So this is Ryan Turner again. I can speak to that. So in this case, the approved agency could either, from DSA's perspective, can either be a lab or a special inspector that is hired by the district. And we just wanted to, this was something that was raised by OSHPD and we're co-adopting. But the idea was to clarify and maintain the independence to avoid conflicts of interest.
So if I look at 1703A.1.1, it says an approved agency shall be objective, competent, and independent from the project inspector of record, the entity providing inspection services, or the contractor provided for the work being inspected. Isn't the approved agency potentially the same entity providing inspection services?
No, the approved agency is the lab of record who provides the special inspection services. The entity providing inspection services would essentially be a inspector broker. So there are entities who provide brokerage services to districts to hire the project inspector. And so we need that separation between the project inspector, the contractor, and the special inspector. So that's basically what we're trying to do here, is saying those three entities need to be separate. So
well, let me ask, what if you don't have a broker and the school district for whatever reason just hires a special inspector? Isn't that special inspector an entity providing inspection services or not?
I could speak to that.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Sure.
thanks, Huxley, for jumping in. I have my two Ryans here to support me. Thanks, Ryan.
Sure. So you are correct, Gwen, that along the lines of some of the things that Ryan Turner was mentioning, as far as approved agency, we do view it rather broadly in that could be the testing lab, so the laboratory record, or it could be an independently directly contracting special inspector with the school district. But we do not view that, I mean, broadly, you could say that is part of the inspections, because there's project inspectors who perform inspections and then special inspectors who perform inspections. But the way that we often think of, and so even though there is that broad term with inspections, the overall idea is to try and keep the conflict of interest from occurring. So the special inspector or testing lab can be the approved agency involved with overall inspection, but I think that with the way that the inspection word is used in the 1703 and in the section that we're looking at is with respect to the project inspection performed by the project inspector.
So Ryan Turner, you have your hand up, on this item.
I apologize. I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. Don, do you have any comments on this item?
Yeah, so if I ignore that issue, you have the word or in 1703A.1.1. I think you mean and. If you have or, I can be independent from the contractor. but not necessarily independent from anyone else. So that should be an and from a grammatical standpoint. And then my last item, I think, is the last item, and it's the prohibition on item 9. So when I look at that, I think it's just a bookkeeping issue. Item 9 already exists in the California Building Code, as far as I can tell. And all we're doing is allowing it to be part of the horizontal lateral force resisting system, or the horizontal components of the lateral force resisting system. So I think all you need to do is add the word vertical to the existing item 9 language. And that's,
Yeah, and I think,
good.
yeah, when I was reviewing this package in preparation for this meeting, I saw that. And what I did not get a chance to do, I believe I know that section is co-adopted by DSA and OSHPD, and I believe OSHPD elected not to include this in their rulemaking package. We had been, and I think, just in the last minute shuffle of everything. And so I believe we put this forward thinking this would be co-adopted together, but it is weird because it looks new, all underlined. But I believe the correct course of action, if OSHPD is not adding that clarity that we would allow it part of the horizontal resisting system, but not the vertical would still need to be an AMM.
So
then we would probably need to actually make this item 10 and have a special DSA banner. So 9 would belong to OSHPD and 10 would belong to DSA. So I think it is an editorial thing we'll need to work on before we go to 45-day.
I mean, the express term language right now only has DSA in it. It does not have OSHPD. So whether it's numbered correctly or not, I think the adoption seems to be correct.
Sort of. I mean, the risk is you have a number 9 that precludes what number 10 says. Right?
Well, but we don't show strikeout of number 9. So I think maybe as it stands now, this might be correct, except where that says 9 and the ET should probably be a 10 that we're adding 10 and we're adding all that language, and then 9 as it exists remains.
9 would have to have the OSHPD brackets, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Is that it, Gwyneth?
That's it for me.
Okay, Dawn, your comments?
I just want to say I really appreciate Gwyneth and her detail to this code language. I can't say it enough. Stupid question. Are we getting rid of the term OSHPD? Is that staying in code language? Okay. Being an inspector of record, I don't know what to say when, HCAI or OSHPD or whatever. Okay, I have a couple comments then. I agree with Gwyneth's comments on one. I had also questioned movable versus fixed. There is real finite terms on those definitions in other parts of the code. I speak from an accessibility point of view. So I think I would elect further examination on these words. And while we're looking at the text, I would also try and eliminate the word and-or from code language and system-utility. That just provides ambiguity, and I would suggest rewrite of that. So I would propose that item 1 go back for further review. On item 2, I would agree with Gwyneth's comments on add, but I want to say that this is great code language, and so I'm fully in support of it. I think it's important that that be delineated and then some. I also have a comment on item number 3, specifically to subtext under 1905A. 18.1.9. We're looking at paragraphs titled 18.5.2.1. This is editorial, remove the word they. In connections between wall panels and foundations, connections between wall panels and foundation shall be designed as per. You don't need all these hyperbole words, and those can be distracting. That is editorial. I would approve if those were considered. Those were my comments on this section.
Okay, Mr. Tyree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a concern over item 6, and I'm not quite sure why the Division of State Architect is not permitting cross-laminated timber to be used in vertical seismic force resisting systems. There are several different methods by which we can design vertical forces using CLT. One way, and this has been pretty much accepted by the structural community, including in California, is using an R value of 2. You can also use a higher R value in other cases, but I'm not quite sure anything has been shown by test or anything to prohibit this. Could you address that, please?
Sure, and I want to clarify, this is not a prohibition. What it's addressing, this proposal, if I didn't, it's elaborated in the eyesore, but I'll go ahead and speak to it here, is that the structural design, it's the SDPWS, which is adopted by this current 2022 building code, has provisions for CLT designed as a horizontal lateral element, aka a diaphragm. So that is new provisions based on research, testing, analysis that is now codified. It's part of the 2022 building code. So we, DSA, are revising this current language, which previously said, effectively that CLT could only be used as a vertical, a gravity resisting element and not lateral force resisting, because it wasn't codified. We have always permitted it via alternate means, which is what we do when something is not codified. And there are national reference standards, ASC 7-22, which will be adopted by the 2025 building code. So it's coming, right? It's printed, it'll be adopted by the 2025 building code. And we recognize that. We recognize all the white papers and the studies that have been done for how to approach design using CLT as a vertical lateral resisting element, a shear wall. But as you mentioned, there are many options and many choices. So all we're saying with this is that it would need to be submitted to DSA via our alternate means and methods procedure, and that the design professional would say, I want to use CLT. This is the method I'm going to use. So we have that discussion up front, and it's documented, because it essentially DSA is accepting something that is not codified yet. Does that answer your concerns?
Well,
so we're not saying no, we're just saying, I mean, it's the same problem. It's the same problem with the Part 10 existing building stuff that we were talking about earlier, right? Is that a lot of these things had to be AMM, and now they're being codified. We have to wait until it's codified. We
sounds
can't
like there's some
accept
comment,
it.
Dave, before you cut me off.
No, that's fine.
Just one. I have a concern, because getting something in the code is pretty easy, but getting it out of the code is very difficult. And I'd like to see this one further studied and maybe give ASCE 22 a little bit more time, and then we can include those provisions in this. So,
actually, what I was going to suggest, Dave, is it seems like there's 2 and maybe 3 categories of changes that, we've been discussing the elements of this entire proposal as a group, but I think that we're probably going to want to subdivide it. And so let's think about what motions, because I've heard some various things for might be further study, some which would be accepted, some which would be editorial. So let's think about that for discussion for the future.
Thank you, Steve. I'm sorry.
Let's see, Cheryl and then Gwyneth.
Yeah, I'm staying on that same item, on the prohibition item. And I actually just would like to commend the DSA approach on this because normally an applicant is going to have to take their own initiative to utilize section 104.1.1 on an alternate methods and materials. And this is DSA specifically saying, yes, use it. We're giving you the option to use it. So I think it's very proactive to include that type of language in our code until the 2025 edition, when it's more obvious and more available, and we actually adopt the new ASCE reference. So did I get that right on the ASCE reference for the J?
Gwyneth?
Yeah, so this is to David. I shared the same concern when I read it. I'm like, what are they doing? Like, they're restricting it. And then I realized I think they're doing it the right way. Like, because they are being proactive. They are allowing it, CLT, to now be used as part of the horizontal diaphragms. And so they're removing that restriction. And I anticipate, because they're willing to do that, I'm trusting them to do it again in the next code cycle when it's approved. And so I think I'm okay with it. I still think I'm going to recommend further review because of the conflict or apparent conflict between 9 and 9 or 10, but at least I see good faith effort to allow it. So I'm okay.
I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Are there any audience comments? I guess the other question for DSA, did you receive any written comments for any of these items?
We did not receive any comments in any format. And yeah, I'll just take the opportunity to reiterate in response to Cheryl's and Gwen's comments. That's absolutely our intent in this proposal, was to make it clear, even though it may not be clear, but our intent is to accept diaphragms. And yes, there is a path for the vertical elements. It'll just, need to go through the AMM documentation, which, we're certainly hoping that it should be, not an arduous process, because as David mentioned, there's many examples and paths to take.
Before we turn to the public comment, I'd like to make just a couple of comments in general as well. I commend the notion of highlighting the alternate means request. I have a lot of heartburn with the word prohibition, because I worry about the bane of all of our existence is what I call the 27-year-old plan checker. And who knows just enough to be really dangerous, that the word prohibition may be read as that. I don't know what other language you would use, but this is an appendix to something. I think I could live with it, and I think it will, particularly the DSA plan checkers are 99th percentile folks, so that in terms of understanding the code, so that I don't think this is going to be a major problem. But I think when local agencies start looking at this or start adopting things, that this may creep into the code in a way that has some negative impact, consequences. But having said that, I don't have any trouble with any. I still have some difficulty with movable and fixed being in the same. I think that from my point of view, that particular item may confuse things rather than clarifying it. But so I'll throw that. Having said that, throw that open to the public comment. I don't see any raised hands.
Sorry, Steve. My hand's raised. I just want to comment.
Okay.
Sorry, Cheryl. Yeah. just want to comment on the word prohibition. It looks to me like it's already existing in the code and not
It
proposed
is.
for changes. That okay?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That is not an additional item. It's just,
Okay.
what we're adding is an item to the prohibition list.
Okay. I understand what your concern was. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Richard Tannehill, please.
Hello, I just want to clarify, this might have been beaten to death already. Movable equipment is fixed equipment that can be detached and relocated. And it's been adding a lot of confusion, people, that the equipment that has to be fixed, even though it's considered movable, they're getting a lot of fighting on that, a lot of pushback on that. So by identifying it as fixed movable equipment, it just clears that up. I don't see it as confusing, but rather a clarification.
Okay, thank you. There was one other hand up. No, don't see one. Okay, any public comments? Irina?
Yes. First public comment is Kevin.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Kevin Scott, just speaking for myself and speaking specifically to item 1 with regard to movable means fixed. Counterintuitive. So my question is, when you say fixed, do you mean it's attached to the ground? Or do you mean it's connected with either a wiring or piping to the building? I guess my question goes either to Richard or to Ryan.
I can answer that. Basically, it means it's anchored. It has removable anchors. They're reattachable. Movable means it's equipment that is typically fixed and that can be relocated for servicing or cleaning. But it is in a normally fixed position. It can be counter-mounted or floor-mounted, but it is anchored.
Diane, you had your hand up.
What my only response to that would be to say it that way, rather than saying movable means
Okay,
fixed.
we're not going to have a debate here.
That's my suggestion. It's
Okay,
not a debate.
Thank you. Diane, you had a comment or response to that?
Yeah, I was just going to offer editorial comment that I don't know how familiar everyone on the committee and the audience is with the definition of equipment. This is number 6 of a long list of different sub definitions of equipment in the code, and it's quite complex. But what it does boil down to, and the reason why this proposal is being put forward, and why it's not a change in regulatory effect, but rather a clarity to point out this is our intent, is that depending on that definition of equipment that falls into, does it have to be anchored or not? And in this case, it gets the option to have, removable anchors. But this is just, I will just say, from a user's perspective, from an enforcement agency's perspective, the definition of equipment is very challenging, and we're continuing to try to solve problems with this, not cause more. So hopefully that reflects the intent of the work here.
Are there any other public comments?
That is all of our public comments, and there's no phone participants.
No phone. Okay, so we're back. It sounds like in that item, well, let someone make a motion and see whether you want to go for broke on this or whether you want to subdivide things.
So I'd like to subdivide. I'd like to first approve all of item 3, all of item 4, and all of item 5. And then I'd like to take item 1-1, item 2-1, and item 6-1 separately.
Okay, is that a motion? Sounds like it.
Well, I had to do one motion. I don't want, my motion is approve 3-1, 4-1, 5-1 through 5-5.
Okay, that's a clear motion. Is there a second? Dawn raised her hand and she said yes. So we have a motion and a second. So would you repeat the numbers again, please, Lena?
It's to approve 3-1, 4-1, and 5-1 through 5-5.
With the caveat on my previous remarks, Diane, of the pronoun they, referring to connections and not wall panels and foundations. So just clarity on pronoun.
Okay, any other? I don't see any other hands raised. So let's call that question. So it would 3-1, 4-1, and 6-1 through 4.
No,
Sorry, 5-8. Say it again, Brennan.
3-1, 4-1, 5-1 through 5-5.
5. Okay, got it. Everyone clear?
Approve as submitted.
Okay, so let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Hara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carries.
Okay, so let's go back to the top. Could I have a motion for 1-1?
I move further review for 1-1. Criteria is 5 and 6.
Okay, and just a brief explanation.
Yes, so I think it needs to be improved. I think it's vague, and I read it and my mind kind of goes blank because I don't know what movable fixed is. I think if you said something like movable equipment shall be equipped with removable anchors, something along those lines would solve the conflict.
Okay.
And I think
Well, let's see. That's enough. Let's see if we get a second.
Hold on. I do have one. I think stating that this may increase costs is more defensible than saying there is no cost, because some people obviously are interpreting it the other way.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing none. Oh, no, Don seconded it. Okay. Any further discussion? I'm not saying, I would be in support of the motion for further study, and the word that comes to mind for me that was actually used in the explanation is maybe changing fixed to anchored. Whether that, I don't know if that makes it any more clear or not, but I think that this is not quite there yet. I think it's something that needs to be fixed, but it's not quite right yet. And I don't see any other raised hands, so let's call further study on item 1-1.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Hara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Kevin, you're muted.
Kevin Moore,
Don't see him. He's still on the call, but I guess abstain.
yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor, 1 object, 1 abstain. Motion is carried.
Okay, so then the next item would be 2-1.
Yeah, I move 2-1 for further review on for criteria number 6. And it's 2 items. One, if we're trying to make sure that the broker is independent, then let's put that word in there, because I didn't get broker out of the language that was proposed. And 2, the or should be an and.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Second from Don.
Second. No.
Okay. Any further discussion on that item? Don, you have your hand up?
This could be an editorial change of DSA on the and or I'm agreement with, just putting it out there.
Okay. I guess my only comment would be is I think the and or is editorial. I don't have any problems with the rest of this, but I think that I would vote for further study. I think it's readily fixed. Seeing no other comments, let's call the question. It's for further study on item 2-1.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zierer,
Aye.
Aidan Moore,
Aye.
Okay.
unanimous. Motion is carried.
Okay. Then I think the last remaining would be item 6. Is that correct?
Yeah, I move item 6-1 for further study based on criteria 6. And it's my issue, and I don't know if David wants to chime in, but my issue is we need to differentiate between 9 or 10, and I'd like to see and that like has to be picked up from my end.
Yeah, my point is it's not necessary, and I think they're doing it already. And there ought to be a better way to write that in there than say prohibited.
Okay, Randall? And
I
Cheryl.
personally really like the language, and I like the fact that we're putting emphasis on the AM&M process rather than just saying it's currently not in code, so you can't do it.
Cheryl and then Ira.
I support this language, but I also concur with Gwyneth. I think there's a little coordination with OSHPD that needs to be addressed on this item for the numbering and making sure all of that's clear. So I would support further study on this item.
Ira.
I support the language. The only issue is with OSHPD if there is a disconnect there. So entire section is applying to both OSHPD and DSA. If this specific item is going to be only allowed by DSA, then it needs to be separate. That's the only thing. But the idea of having a referral to alternative means and methods, and this is not changing much, just removing one prohibition, just half prohibition, let's say. So allowing lateral without any AMM and still giving an idea that you can utilize 104, section 104 to go for vertical.
Okay.
I like it, and I'm going to support this even this way, so I'm not worried about this language. The location.
Randall, your hand is still up, Randall? Or you, okay, no comment from Randall. Basically, I would be in support of the further study, but as a very soft further study. I think that this is just a coordination item, basically deciding whether OSHPD is going to participate or not, and then if not, what the language does and how the numbering works. I commend the alternate means. I want to second that part. The referral in code, I think, is really the right thing to be doing. So seeing no other raised hands, let's call that question. This would be for further study on 6-1.
Do we have a second on this one?
I thought Dawn did, but I'm not certain.
I'll second it if there's no second. This is Cheryl.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for further study on 6-1.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan,
That was a yes. Nay? That's a nay.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Abstain.
Gwyneth Zierer,
Aye.
Aidan Moore,
Aye.
or actually 5 in favor, 2 object, and 1 abstain. Motion is carried.
Okay. So that's the last item. Do we need a motion for recording all of the elements of further study and approval for
Yes.
the entire item? Do we need to restate those numbers, or is everybody clear on what we did?
No, just approve all the
Okay.
actions. Okay.
Move approve all actions for part 14 of the agenda.
Okay, can I get a second?
Sec-
Second from Lara. All right, let's call that question.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Sirer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so it's time for a break. Yes, I got one round of applause for that. Let's come back at 11:15. And then we'll maybe go to 12:15 or so for lunch. I don't know if we'll get everything done before then, but we seem to be pretty much more on a roll today than we were yesterday. So 11:15. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Almost there. There we go. Okay. We're back at 11:15. And we are up to item number 15. Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. DSA Structural Safety 04/22, which is for Part 10 of Title 24 of the existing building code. And I will be voting on this one because I didn't participate in any of these changes. Okay. Don, you have your hand up?
Yes, I will have comment on item 2 of this proposed item.
Okay.
Do you want me to speak to that now?
No, let's have the presentation from DSA. Why don't you go ahead and just set the stage for what we're talking about. Diane, are you doing this one?
Yes, thank you. I was waiting for my cue. Is that my
Okay.
cue?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Winkle and committee members. Diane Gould, Principal Structural Engineer, representing the Division of the State Architect Structural Safety Section. We have here before you our third package of the day, our final package of the day. It's Part 10. And that is the California Existing Building Code, or CEBC, rulemaking package for the 2022 Title 24 intervening rulemaking cycle. I have with me here today Brian Frank, who is a district structural engineer on my team with the DSA headquarters Structural Codes and Standards Unit. And once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present these proposed changes and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. To reiterate, I mentioned the pre-cycle outreach with our PSCC and others. This Part 10 package before you now underwent that same outreach process and refinement that we put our Part 1 and 2 packages through together. And also, as I reported with our Parts 1 and Part 2, there are no proposals in our Part 10 rulemaking package that result in fiscal or economic impact. The package before you, the primary purpose, as with Parts 1 and 2, was to incorporate editorial adjustments in order to address clarity and consistency, but do not represent significant changes in our current practice or regulatory effect. So with that, I know Dawn has a question or some comments. I presume we would approach this package in the same way.
That's what I would
ask for
suggest.
comments from the committee and see how it goes.
Did you receive any public comments on this item?
We did not receive any public comments on this item.
Okay, so I will go to Dawn first, and then Gwyneth has her hand up as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, my comment is on item number 2, 319.1.5. I don't think putting a hyphen and the word "or" is providing clarity. I think it's actually making it more ambiguous. Please, please, please do not use "and" or. Those are very specific terms that have very specific applications. If you need to write another sentence to define what you're trying to say, please do that. Try and resist using pronouns that point back to items like there. That doesn't provide clarity. So I think that, again, these are editorial, but they do sometimes, can substantively change the meaning depending on how it's interpreted. Also, I have a problem with the last sentence. You've changed assume to be relied on, which I think is a good change, but it's still ambiguous. So are you trying to say that you shouldn't be including these in the calculations for the lateral load? Then say that, period. What is it? Unless you tell me that relied upon is a standard in the profession in terms of terminology, yep, that's fine. But I don't think it is. I think what you say specifically what you want to say. These items shall not be considered when, for seismic resisting based on whatever it is. But I don't think the word relied upon is providing any more clarity. And I think all these ads, by the way, I want to say I completely agree with. I think they need to be made, but I think the way it was handled was not as sharp as it could be.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items that you want to comment on, Dawn? That's it. Okay, Gwyneth,
Yeah, that was my only one.
Okay, thank you. Gwyneth, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so my comment is in the same section as Dawn's, 319.1.5. I don't have as much problem with and or as Dawn does, but I was going to propose a change to this anyway, because it's not written with respect, maybe the clearest it could be. So I quickly drafted something. I'm going to propose it as a change for further study, but I'm not going to try to amend it on the fly. But here's the wording that I would propose. Wood horizontal diaphragms and vertical shear walls and wood vertical shear walls in public schools shall consist of either, and then just keep going, diagonal lumber sheathing or structural panel sheathing. If it gets rid of the and or, it's much more straightforward about what you're talking about and what it shall consist of. So one more time, wood horizontal diaphragms and wood vertical shear walls in public schools shall consist of either. And if you wanted to put light frame in there, you could, but I don't think you need to.
Okay, but basically what you're proposing is that you would hope that change gets made, but you're not proposing the change now.
Yeah, I propose for further review just because it does need to be correlated throughout all this. And Dawn did have some good points about the second half. I think I'm not opposed in any way at all about this change. I just think it should be cleaned up before it's brought to the public.
Okay. I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Is there any raised hands? And we're looking at the entire proposal at this point, so you can talk to any part of it. Are there any raised hands in the audience? I don't see any. Irina? Any?
Chairman Winkle?
Yeah, sorry, Randall. Excuse
No
me.
problem. I was just going to comment that I actually like the change at the end of this session that says relied upon as opposed to assumed. I don't like using the word assume in any code body there, but I think relied upon is telling us that we can't take this alone and we need to look for something in addition to. So I don't have a problem with that word change.
Okay. Is there anybody on the telephone? Let's see. Don't see any other hands raised on the committee. Don't see any raised hands in the audience. Anyone on the phone?
There are no phone participants right now.
Okay. So we're back to the entire group. Let's see if we can make a motion.
I'd like to move 1-1, 2-1, 2-2 for approval. but keep 2-3 for a second, different motion.
Okay.
This is Cheryl. I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 1-1, 2-1, and 2-2 for approved as submitted. Any comments on that? Gwyneth? Okay. All right, so let's call the roll on those items. 1-1, 2-1, and 2-2.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so that leaves us just 3-1, is that correct?
2-3.
3-3.
Yeah, I move 2-3 for further review
2-3.
based on criteria 6. And it's
Second.
just an editorial cleanup to make it better. More clear.
Any other comments? I would make a comment that I concur. I think this is close, but it can be improved. And I would support the motion for further study. Okay, are there any, I don't see any comment. This is just back to the committee for a motion, so we don't go back to the public. This is an internal discussion.
I made a motion.
Yeah.
And I think Dawn seconded it.
I believe so. Yeah, I think that we're just seeing no more discussion. We'll call the vote on this, which would be item 2-3.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so then we need to have a vote on the entire motion of item 15, which is DSA structural safety 0422, some of which were approved as submitted and others for further study. Can I get a motion for that?
Move approve item 15 in its entirety, the actions that we took previous.
Can I get a
This is
second?
Cheryl. I'll second it.
Okay. Sear, second by Dominich. Okay, so this is the entire item 15. Call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian, Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Nate.
No, I said aye.
Oh, okay. Don Anderson,
That's an aye. You got a thumbs up.
Aye.
Gwyneth is an aye.
Kevin Moore.
Aye.
Unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so we're on to item 16. The Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, which I guess for these purposes is still OSHPD in this arena. It's 0122, and these are amendments to the California Administrative Code, Part 1, Chapter 6 of Title 24. So can we have a representative from HCAI and OSHPD to make a presentation? The other, just as a kind of setting the stage, I don't know if you've watched or participated in any of the other hearings, but we basically assume that the committee has pretty well digested each of these things, kind of give us a broad overview and keep it succinct, and let us know if you got any comments and that sort of thing. And then if we have specific questions, we'll come back to you with items. So having said that, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Winkle. My name is Roy Lobo. I'm the principal structural engineer with the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, which is HCAI. As you know, we were previously called OSHPD. OSHPD has grown now to a department. It is now Department of Healthcare Access and Information. And we were a division within OSHPD that was called FTD. Now we have grown from the division, which is now an office. So we are called Office of Statewide Hospital Planning and Development. The name is a little bit changed a little bit, but I just wanted to put that out there so that members of the committee are aware of that. So we are still OSHPD, and so therefore some of the banners will still say OSHPD, moving forward. Otherwise, that would have been a big change for that. So thank you for this opportunity for presenting agenda item 16. Amendments to the 2022 California Administrative Code, Part 1, Chapter 6, Title 24. To make the presentation for HCAI/OSHPD is Dr. Ali Zoomer, and I will let him make the presentation for this agenda item. Dr. Ali.
Thanks, Roy. This is Ali Zoomer, Supervisor of Seismic Compliance Unit at HCAI/OSHPD. This proposal is for the 2022 intervening California Administrative Code Part 1, Item 1 and Item 2. Please note that Part 1, Items 3 through 18 were heard by the Health Facilities Code Advisory Committee on January 31st. So the good news is it's just Item 1 and 2. It's gonna hopefully go much quicker than you anticipated. So as a summary for item, as a summary of these two items, the proposed amendments provide new and modifications to the existing regulations. The amendments were presented to the HBSB, a Hospital Building Safety Board Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on November 7th, 2022. And to the Hospital Building Safety Board full board meeting on December 8th, 2022. So the proposed actions to Title 24, Part 1 includes these two items. Item 1 incorporates Senate Bill 395 into regulations. The statute established the Small and Rural Hospital Relief Program for the purpose of funding seismic safety compliance and with respect to small hospitals, rural hospitals, and critical access hospitals in the state. So the proposed actions, it's add a new definition and section for integrated review. Basically what this provides is a process by which the office may engage in technical assistance to a hospital project team in the development of cost-efficient structural or non-structural seismic retrofit program. Adds a new definition and section for the Small and Rural Hospital Relief Program established by SB 395. The eligibility criteria for participation and administration of the program is also referenced based on the statute in the Health and Safety Code. Add a new definition and section for state grant program that provides grant funding for seismic improvement projects for buildings used to provide general acute care services. Amend the compliance plan update change notification to reflect the Department of Health service name change and reorganization and clarification of compliance plan submittal requirements. I'll also quickly go through item 2. Item 2 incorporates Assembly Bill 1882 into regulations. The statute raises public awareness of the current seismic compliance status of hospital facilities in California by requiring posting of public notices for hospital buildings in jeopardy of becoming non-functional with a major seismic event, and by requiring annual status updates on efforts to bring hospital buildings into compliance with seismic safety standards. The law requires the department to develop the notice with the intent that the notice will clearly convey to patients and the public that the hospital building does not meet 2030 seismic safety regulations intended to ensure that the hospital will be capable of continued operation following an earthquake. So with that, it adds a new section for public notices that includes postings for SPC2 on department's website, stating, quote, "These buildings do not significantly jeopardize life, but may not be repairable or functional following an earthquake." And postings for SPC5 and PC5 on department's website stating earthquake resilient. Add a new section for notice content, location, and format requirement. The notices are required in a public space designated as any lobby or waiting area for each general acute care building other than compliant buildings. Notice types are stated for each SPC and NPC combinations. Add a new section for annual status update reporting. The report requires SPC and NPC information as well as the services provided in each hospital building on the hospital campus. The statute specifies a list of entities that the status report is required to be submitted annually until the seismic compliance is reached. Again, thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions or go over any of the items being proposed.
Thank you for a complete and concise description. I would also note, I think it's clear on the CAM, but there's a long list of items, the remainder beyond 1 and 2, which were heard by another committee. So we're only considering items 1 and 2 at this hearing. Does the committee, Gwyneth, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Roy may kill me after this. So I have a bunch of comments on, I think, every section that's in front of us. With the chair's permission, I can go through one by one.
I guess the question is, are they going to be varied enough that we could still take it as a whole? Or
I think we could take it as a whole as to submit back for further study.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to. Other people may not agree, but I have enough concerns about each one, except potentially the first one is okay, 1-1, but the rest, I think, need a little more work.
Why don't we just go through it then? Let's just
okay. So the definition of, and I am admittedly a code wonk, so integrated review definition is, I think, okay. I would change may to shall be permitted to instead of may. That's code language. I'm not going to torpedo 1-1 because of that, but I'd like to get rid of the mays because it's not good code language. Definition of small and rural hospital relief program. The last sentence has requirements for the OHFLI, like they must do this, and that doesn't belong in a definition, in my opinion. The definition of state grant program, the sentences that start use of the integrated review process is required. A hospital receiving funding, all this stuff looks like requirements and it shouldn't be in there, not in a definition. The sentence that says standards for participation in each program are set in its enabling statute as commentary. In 1.4.5, we have things that say must and will. Those should be shalls. That's minor editorial. Item 5 under 1.4.5 is not a sentence, I think. No, sorry, it's not clear. It says list of approved OSHPD names and numbers for building evaluations, materials, testing, project, and reports and compliance construction projects related to the improvement plan description. It names of what, phone number, numbers of what. I don't know if that may be phone numbers, but or project identification numbers. I'm not sure. Looks like there may be some missing commas. In 1.9, the big paragraph there that starts off, the sentence that starts off, validation for participation is determined by the managing organization. I'm not quite sure what that means. Is the managing organization OSHPD, or is it the applicant? In 1.9.1, there's a bunch of commentary in here, and some of it seems to be a duplicate of stuff in the definition.
Question, but if,
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a duplication, it seems like your preference would be that it be in a section like this rather than in the definition.
That's true, yes. In item 2 under 1.10, it talks about an integrated seismic retrofit review. That's not a defined term. It really needs to be integrated review, maybe of a seismic retrofit or something like that. Also, a hospital may request, is permitted to request. And then every case where you say integrated review, it should be capitalized because that's a defined term. That's just item, so that gets us through the end of item 1. I could stop there, having monopolized.
Let's stop with let's do item 1 at this point. We don't have a huge number of items. They're
Sure.
complex. I guess one question would ask of a response of how much of this language is actually repeating what's in statute.
There's actually a good amount of sentences here are copied from the statute.
Okay, thank you.
So some items, some cleanup items, I understand, but a lot of items here are really the statute sentences.
But
So-
even, I guess the comment is, even if it's in statute, I think what Gwyneth is saying is if you want to repeat it, that you could do it in the body of the code or in the text, not in the definitions.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Yeah. Okay. Dawn, you have item, can you speak to item 1?
Yes, I'll speak to item 1. Thank you, Chair. My issue is, let me get my cursor figured out here. It's proposed method of compliance for each building, which is under 1.4.5. It's item C, rebuild relocation of general acute care. Those I think are ambiguous terms. If you're talking about an alteration, addition, whatever it is, those are defined terms. The reason those are important to me is because they do trigger other requirements depending on what type of work is done. So I think I don't like those terms.
Those, if I answer that, those are not related to alterations. These are the terms for seismic compliance types. And this is also defined in other sections in California Administrative Code. So these are not new terms.
Okay, so you're talking, okay.
Replace and rebuild, yeah.
Relocation of a general, okay.
Yeah.
So, and then I still am confused. I don't feel like your answer really addressed that. And then, do we have a definition of what a hospital owner is?
Roy, do you know a definition of that?
I'll have to, I don't know if there's a definition for hospital owner. Richard, are you there online too?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
here. Basically,
Richard
it's more,
Tannehill.
yes, I'm Richard Tannehill with HCI. The definition is actually comes from Title 22. It is actually either the board of the operating board of the hospital can be assigned as an owner.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure we understood what that entity was. It's not capitalized and it's undefined. So I think I would also say to provide clarity in how these terms are used, we may want to even introduce a definition.
It's throughout the code already. It's not being introduced as new.
I understand. I think I still have that comment.
Okay.
Okay. Is that it, Don? Gwyneth, you had your hand up? No, you're muted.
Damn it.
There you
Sorry.
go. Got it.
First time I made that one. I'm happy to provide my comments to Oshpod on the side. Just, I went through it really quickly. There was no way they could have written them all down that quickly. I will provide those to Roy after the hearing.
And I can do the same.
Good.
Okay.
Any other hands raised on the committee? I guess I made my comment. I think that the question, I concur with Gwyneth's comments about the definition should be much shorter and succinct, and the requirements for actual activities should be in the body of the code, not in the definition. Without getting specific about those items. Because especially if they're duplicate elements, is the first thing to cut them out is the definition and leave them in the body. I don't see any other hands raised on the committee. Did you receive any public comments on these items?
No.
Okay, thank you. And did we receive any public comments? Irene, I don't believe we did. We? Okay, on these items as well. Okay, I don't see any raised hands in the audience. Is there anyone on the phone? I don't see any phone calls.
No phone calls.
Okay, so we're back to the committee. Right now, we're looking at the proposal as a whole. So could I get a motion?
We're only looking at item number 1 as a whole at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. My motion, just to make it simple, is to recommend for further study items 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, 1-6, and 1-7.
So the entirety of item number 1.
Correct, just to keep it simple. And criteria is 3, 6, and 8.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, we got a second from Dawn. Any further discussion on that? So this would be for the entirety of item 1 for further study, with the comments being forwarded by Gwyneth and by Dawn to HCI and Oshpod. I don't see any other comments, so let's call that question.
And I don't object to any of the changes, just how they're presented.
Okay. Yeah, I would second that comment. Is basically, I think that this is about presentation, not about content. So can we call the roll?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Steerer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So that leaves let's see, items 3 through 18 were heard by the Health Facilities CAC. So we're dealing with just item number 2, which is the public notices and annual status update. I don't think we need any more presentation on that. We talked about that. Let's see, Dawn, has her hand up, and then Gwyneth.
Yeah, I only have one comment on item number 2, and that is in reference to the notice. And I would just like the word permanent notice, a permanent notice or a permanent notice sign. I just want to make sure that that is a sign that will be affixed to the building somehow or posted, and it's permanently posted. It can't be in a file cabinet somewhere and not noticed. So the consideration of the word permanent.
So since the regulation that we put together requires the location approval by the by OSHPD, I think that's already addressed.
Okay, then Gwen and then Cheryl.
Okay, so again, I will provide my comments after this, but I'll just run through them pretty quickly. So in 1.11, item 1, grammatically, it says the hospital building shall be identified as, and then it has a sentence. It shall be identified with the words or with the sentence, something like that. And it says on the department's internet website. I was unclear if that is like, I would capitalize that because it's the department or it's the office or it's HCI or OSHPD. Like I wasn't sure, just as departments. If it's capitalized, then I assume it's HCI. Okay, Roy's nodding. And same thing, that's twice in there. And then it says it may be labeled as earthquake resilient. I would say is permitted to be labeled or shall be labeled, but not may.
The statute, yeah, the statute says may.
So I don't know how this all works. Like, I don't know if you have to follow exactly per the letter everything, or it's up to you to interpret what's required, but I'll give it to you as a comment and you can decide how.
Yeah, the statute puts a must for the SPC2 and or shall for the SPC2 and may for the SPC5 and PC5.
Yeah, my thing is that's not, they made a mistake in terms of writing good code, but anyway. So notice type A and B, I assume I'm going to run into problems with the same issue that they've defined notice A and notice B. Is that the case? Because I would have said may jeopardize life safety as opposed to may jeopardize life.
So that's the exact sentence given in the statute.
Okay, so I can't fight that battle.
You know.
And then on the top of page 6 of 20, the very top line, it says, well, I'll have to go back to the prior sentence. Again, it's notice type E, and so that's defined by law, so I can't mess with that. I guess the next question is on 1.12. This list of 9 people, you're putting this into, or nine entities that must be provided with this report, annual status update. Is that within your purview? Like, does the state say it must be items 1 through 9?
So the statute put those 9 entities as the reporting, a must reporting to these 9 entities. So we are basically restating it right here.
They have no flexibility on that, I guess.
Okay. Then I think if anyone, Cheryl, you want to go, I may be able to withdraw one of my concerns.
Yeah, my comments are on this item are the same as yours with the entities, particularly relating to the department. So that's really my comment, the same as yours on that, Gwyneth. And then item 5, the department. I really don't know what that means. I don't know if it's OSHPD, HI, DSA, my department. I have no idea.
Yeah, the department is HCI in this case, and in the statute, they when they say the department, they define which department. This is HCI.
I think in this case, without having people refer back to the statute, you probably should go ahead and just state it.
Yeah, the user may not know.
Anything else, Cheryl? Don, you have your hand up next?
No, that was all I had.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is cumbersome to duplicate statute in a building regulation. I don't know if that's the intent of all standard setting agencies, is to just duplicate statute, but
depends on what the statute says too.
exactly. But it doesn't help people that use building codes per se. So my comment, and I have another one. I notice E that, excuse me for the I'm in a shared space, is earthquake resilient building. That is also in bold and capitalized. Do we have a definition for that, or is that defined in statute? And if defined in statute, are we bringing those definitions into the code?
The statute basically brought that new term, earthquake resilient building. So the definition for earthquake resilient building labeling is tied to SPC5 and PC5, which has a very specific definition in the regulations. The labeling is coming from the statute.
Yeah, so I mean, I would look at that being bold as a code user and capitalized as something, as a defined term. Do I need to look to statute to figure out what that is? Or am I, so, you know, statute is not intended to be, in my opinion, humbly, is not intended to be duplicated. Anyway, I'll leave my comments.
Okay. Any other hands raised on the committee? Okay, are there any, let's go to the public. We're basically looking at the entirety of item 2. Because we had comments on, Gwen, you got your hand up again?
I guess my question is for Roy and Ali. Are you required to promulgate the legislative language word for word in the building code?
In a lot of cases, for this scope, we try to bring in as much as possible. Obviously, not everything is in the statute.
But are you required to, or is this a desire to?
Like in this case, the statute says we want this sentence to be in the label. Then there's really no wiggle room on that. So that's why you're gonna see some, you see like template sentences. So we are following that because they were very clear on what the sentence should say. They didn't say, you know, for this case, the department will come up with some alternatives. They said this sentence. So but not everything here is, you know, straight from statute. We are interpreting some of what it is. So it's a mix.
Yeah, that was what my answer was going to be. It's going to be a mixture of those two. Some of it will be, you know, the same language, and some of it would be you know, our interpretation of what that is, so that we can make it clearer to the user.
Okay, Don, your hands up.
Yeah, I'm just play off Gwyneth's comments. You know, do we really need the state grant program participation rules and statute to be in a building code? I mean, I understand that informs the application project procedures potentially, but I don't know. A lot of this seems like duplicative code language that's not necessarily essential. I mean, there's so much statute that affects the built environment, and we could republish it in Title 24, but I don't think that's the purpose.
So going back to item number 1 for the grant program, the stakeholders, they hardly know where to look at in the statute to apply for a grant, and especially small and rural hospitals, they don't have resources to dig through this statute and which section applies to them. This is really putting it in front of them to benefit from this program. So that's why one of the reasons is to be clear on who's eligible, what are the participation criteria, and bring it forward. So, but also in the regulations, we have a chance to really spell out what the process is under state grant program, as well as how it will benefit and what's the mechanism within OSHPD to bring this to a success.
And I appreciate that. There are other functions of OSHPD that you can put this information on a website. You can inform the hospital owners and users, stakeholders, in different means than communicating through the code. And I would add that the commission, the Building Standards Commission, has voted down to have statute replicated in the code for the rights and services for people with disability. So, I mean, if we wanted to put in statute in the code so that our users are better informed, then I'm all for that. I support that. But then we should put then portions of California's Disabled Persons Act in the code and other things so that the users are informed. So I just want to make sure we're complementary in the way the content of the code. And that is an overall arching comment.
Okay. The other thing I would point out is I sympathize, or I'm actually quite supportive of a lot of what Don's talking about. The one thing, this is the administrative code section, so that if this was in the building code, I think that this would really be a mistake. But the administrative code is something where agencies end up looking. It's different. It's not a design professional place in the same way. So that I think that the other question is I think I would support the notion of HCI and OSHPD of stripping out any of the statutory language that you think is possible that you're not mandated to put in the code. That would be my general comment, because I think that a lot of it is duplicative and confusing, frankly. There are certain but I also appreciate that there are certain things where you were told what to put in the code by the statute, and you don't have any flexibility then to do what you were instructed to do by the legislature. So I would say that don't go beyond that if you can avoid it. So I think that we're basically talking about all of item 2. Are there any other comments from I don't see any hands raised on the committee. Are there any comments from the audience? Don't see any raised hands.
Steve, I have one more thing. In item 2, where it says before January 1st, 2024, the second sentence, the proposed location and content of the notice are required to be accepted by the department through construction project submittal. Like, that's a good example. That's an instruction to OSHPD how to handle it. It doesn't belong, I don't think, in here, because this is, I mean, you're telling yourself to adopt it, or you're telling yourself to accept a content of the notice. It's awkward.
Would you repeat which item number that was, please?
Yeah, it's on page 5 of 20 at the top.
Okay, so it's item 2 before January 1st, 2024.
Yeah, that one. The second sentence is an instruction to OSHPD itself to accept something. If you wanted to put it in code type language, you would say the notice shall be submitted to the department via a construction project submittal. Something along those lines.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Okay. There are no
Actually, I have a general question. Is it something that the building standards can assist?
Mia, you want to respond to that?
I did not think so. That's not our package. It's not within our authority. And
You know, basically the commission, yeah, I think that's my understanding of how this works. And basically, the agencies are the proponents.
yes,
As by which, you know, based on which areas of the code they have purview over.
Mia has a hand raised.
Yeah, I not knowing enough about the whole proposal, but in some cases, the state agencies are directed to make specific the law, but they may be directed to administer a program, and therefore it's necessary for that information to be in their administrative regulations. And also one of the 9-point criteria, well, it's not one of the 9-point, at the end of the 9-point criteria, 18.930, it talks about that the commission and the committee give great weight to the state agencies that are proposing the regulations. So the Building Standards Commission staff is looking for Administrative Procedure Act notations and then the law that authorizes the state agency to promulgate the regulations, but we steer clear. We find things from time to time and offer comments back to the state agency when we're reviewing the package and for conflict and duplication and things like that. But we tend to steer clear of helping the state agency write the regulations. That is within their authority. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Crystal, you have your hand up.
Yes. So Crystal Sujeski with CAL FIRE Office State Fire Marshal. I have some questions, and I would definitely be open to working with Richard, Roy, and Allie in establishing maybe a small work group to kind of fine tune these regulations and assist with code writing, just suggestions as were identified by the other committee members. But I also want to ask on item, I think it was 2.2, the annual status reporting. The bill that is mentioned in your eyesore says that this does impose a state mandated local program and that you will be subject to reimbursement. How are you going to establish that, and do these regulations implement that for the admin code?
Would refer to Richard for that question.
Richard, can you respond?
You're on mute, Richard.
At this time, no, I can't respond to that. I'd have to do a little bit more research into that.
This is item 1.12, is that correct? Or not
I
item?
think it's
Section.
I have to refer to the CAM, hold on. 2.2-2,
Yeah.
annual status reporting.
That is the code section 1.12.
1.12 is, yeah, that's, I'm looking at the.
Code section 1.12.
Yeah, I'm looking at the express terms, just trying to make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, it sounds like there are enough comments distributed throughout the package that it seems like a rational way to do this would be to take it as a whole and do further study. There have been specific comments about elements. The proponents, the agency may come back and say that the statute, they would have to respond to each piece, but I'm just wondering whether it's time to think about a motion. Cheryl, you had your hand up?
Yes, this is for Crystal, I guess, in bringing this up for item 2-2 on the CAM code section 1.112. If there's a discussion of reimbursement in the statute, is this item more appropriate for disapproval if it's incomplete and there's a cost implication? Am I missing something? I just want to make sure I understand.
No, I was just looking at the bill, and the bill kind of says that the reporting puts onus on the hospital owners because they need to identify that their structure or their building is of a certain category, and that's statutory. If they don't do what OSHPD is saying in their admin code, there is certain penalties, I guess.
Okay.
Let me clarify that. So,
yeah,
please, Ali.
The seismic ratings of each general acute care building is already determined. So it's already published. This is an information to the public for public awareness. So there is no additional work to identify what the seismic rating is. So I just want to clarify that.
The penalties then are would be in statute, not in regulation.
Well, it says that the program, the agency has to develop that standard, and by statute, the procedures of reporting to their board of supervisors, the OES, and so forth, these 9 criteria, they have to establish some kind of reimbursement to the local for that. And I know Randy has his hand up, and he's a legislative guru, so.
Yeah, Randall, you got something to add or another separate comment?
Yeah, I'm just, we've been talking around and around and around. This is the admin code. And I would feel completely differently if this was a building standard, building code, fire code. But I give a lot of latitude and leeway to state agencies on what they feel need to be included in the administrative code for their purposes there. I don't think that what they want to put in is a hindrance or a problem. I think we keep talking about things to streamline what's in there, but I'm really struggling with a lot of this discussion right now. In regards to what Crystal brought up, I think that's a completely separate issue that's outside of what would be put into the administrative code. So I don't have a problem with that being developed after the fact from a legislative perspective. So they're aware of it.
So does somebody feel moved to make a motion?
I move, items, I understand what Randy's saying, but I move 2-1 and 2-2 for further study based on criteria 3, 6, and 8.
Okay, and we've disposed of item 1 already, so we're just on item and 2 dash. That's both portions of item 2. Is that correct, Gwyneth?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So is there a second for that?
This is Cheryl. I'll second that.
Okay, Randall, your hand's still up? Nope, his hand's down. Okay, is there any, we have a motion then for further study for 2-1 and 2-2. I don't see any raised hands. So let's take a roll call vote.
Dick Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Perry,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Winner Sewer,
Aye.
even more,
Nay.
6 in favor, 2 object, motion carried.
So let's take the temperature of the committee. We have 2 items left. It's about 12:15. Do we want to take a short lunch break and finish up, or do we want to power through?
And that's still we need to a global motion for agenda item.
Okay, so we need to take care of that, and then we'll decide whether we're gonna. So can somebody make a global motion about agenda item 16, OSHPD 01/22?
Move to approve the committee's action on item 16, agenda item 16 as a whole.
Second, Tyree.
Second by Tyree. Okay, so let's call the roll on that. I don't see any raised hands.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Carol Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
John Anderson,
Aye.
Dwayne Sewer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so what's the sense of the committee? Do you want to come back at 1 o'clock? Or do you want to just keep going? Does the staff have any issues with that? If we decided to keep going?
Up to the committee.
I mean, I have a few things in this next one. Item 17, nothing like the last one. But I don't know. We should probably take a quick lunch break.
Let's do it. Let's come back at 1. That'd be a 45-minute lunch break. So we'll adjourn for that and come back at 1. But we're down to the last 2 items. It should be fairly short, but I'm not promising anything. Okay, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. I have 1 o'clock. There's everybody. Okay, the recording started. So we're back in session for the last 2 items. The downhill run. The next one up is item number 17 on the agenda. Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, OSHPD 03/22, which is part 2 of volume 2 of Title 24. So I invite the agency to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Winkle. This is again Roy Lobo, Principal Structural Engineer with HCAI or OSHPD/HCAI.
Okay.
I will be making the presentation today on agenda item number 17, which is proposal for the 2022 intervening California Building Code Part 2, Volume 2. The proposed amendments provide editorial and minor technical modifications to existing regulations for clarification and consistency. Some of these amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board, Structural and Non-Structural Regulations Committee on June 22nd, 2022. And then further amendments were added on with coordination with DSA. Here's a brief summary of our proposed action. The proposed action is to make amendments to Title 24, Part 2, Volume 2, which includes the following. In the 2022 CBC, we added on OSHPD 2 became OSHPD 2A and 2B. We added OSHPD banner split between single-story light frame and multi-story buildings. That distinction is no longer required. So a lot of the amendments that you're going to see is just removing the 2B, the B, striking of the B part from the banner. The next one was an exception was added to the prohibition on the use of steel special cantilever columns. We said steel cantilever columns are were not permitted unless designed as an alternate system. We said we are permitting those for light structures such as canopies and walkways. We clarified that the design seismic force requirement for interim equipment for uses greater than 180 days. So those will be the same as the ones for temporary equipment. Yeah, so interim equipment will be the same as that for temporary. And then we also made a slight modification to other equipment, which was more clarification. That was the 400 pounds limit for others. That was not very clear, so we just clarified that. The next one was the amended the requirement to have an independent peer reviewer when qualified staff is available. This is for like base isolators and dampers. We have staff that can do that, so we don't need to add in an independent peer reviewer for some of those reviews. The other one was added the requirement for special seismic certification of alternate power systems. So this was a new law, AB 2511, that was passed. So for skilled nursing facilities, so we added on those requirements. We adjusted the language that was there a little bit so that it was able to incorporate these special seismic certification for alternate sources of power. Then we clarified that the approved agency performing tests, now this was the one of the discussions this morning, was that with DSA, with that approved agencies performing tests and special inspections. So that's the agency we are doing for the test and special inspections. We are just doing hired for that purpose is different from the IOR or entity or entity providing inspection services that could be like an IOR broker. So we just want to say those are different. As the IOR is performing continuous inspection, and then who's checking the work, that will be done by someone else. So we just want to make sure that those two are not the same. Otherwise, we may not get proper adequate inspection. The next one was clarified the language in Chapter 19 for test inspection acceptance criteria for tension testing of anchors. This is a change that we made in Chapter 19A for tension testing for anchors governed by bond, where we can have the equipment that is doing the testing. It does not does not prohibit the concrete failure. So we said you can have that equipment come closer to the 1.5, the length of the anchor, and for if you're not testing for concrete breakout failure. So that was another change, which was not, language was not very clear, and when we made the change in chapter 19. So we just clarified that language. Then location for cleanouts for masonry. That again, when we made a modification, when we in the 2022 building code, where we made modifications to TMS, then that language was not very clear as to where the clean out locations will be. So we just added that clarification in there. And the last one was we amended the acceptable performance of curtain wall systems using ARMA 501.4 following a seismic drift test for hospitals, that those drifts should be done at the story drift levels corresponding to the design earthquake, not the elastic design displacements. So what is the acceptance performance will be at that level. So we just wanted to make sure that that was added to the building code. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for
approval. We're happy to answer any questions or go over any
very
items.
complete and concise. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Let's take everything. Let's take everything as a whole, and then we'll go through comments as we did on the previous item. I think Gwen and then Dawn have hands raised.
Yes. Thank you, Roy. For item 2.2 or 2-2, this is where you're clarifying the requirements for interim equipment. And it says you calculate F sub P, and you say it can be reduced by 50%. And then you say it is acceptable to use ballast and to limit the design criteria to overturning unless directly or indirectly supported by the building structure. What does to limit the design criteria to overturning mean?
That means no sliding is included.
So you don't have to worry about sliding.
Yeah, for that check.
Okay.
Would you think that needed to be included, or would a structural engineer, and that's why you're asking the question?
Well, I kind of got that from it. Like, I think, I mean, I'm not saying it needs to be changed, like to include sliding, but I wasn't entirely sure about the intent, that the intent is to ignore sliding, to allow it, but to prevent the equipment from turning over. So I don't know. I kind of suspect it could be wordsmithed a little better there, though I don't have any specific recommendations for it.
Further comments?
Yeah. In 2-3, I'm trying to figure out what is being done there. It looks like you're just adding the letters D and E.
Yeah. So no, what was done there was that, previously it was the way it was written was could fall and block a required means of egress. And then I think it was a comma or something, and then weight of equipment not greater than 400 pounds. So we just split those into two separate items so that each of those are applied independently, not and.
Got it. Cool.
Condition.
Okay. For peer review, this is item 2-3. A friendly suggestion to delete the in the exception. It shouldn't say the OSHPOD, just to say just OSHPOD.
Okay.
I'm not gonna hold it up over that. And then the part about independence, I think I'm going because of the and or issue and clarifying this. If there's any way to clarify where you mean broker versus any other of the, like, I still find it very confusing as to what has to be independent from the other thing. So
That,
to
that's
match.
item 4, just to
Oh, did
clarify.
we go? Yeah, sorry, that was 4-1.
Okay, thank you.
So to be consistent with our prior action, I'm going to recommend further study, further review on that, further study. I think I have 1 or 2 more. The test acceptance criteria in 6-3, 1901.3.4.5, I think could be worded clearer. And I'll give you the wording here. The testing apparatus support locations shall be located at least 1.5 times the anchor's embedment depth away from the anchor to avoid restricting the concrete shear cone type failure mechanism. So again, it would just read, the testing apparatus support locations shall be located at least 1.5 times the anchor's embedment depth away from the anchor to avoid restricting.
Yeah, so that takes a double negative.
And then
Okay.
that is it. So I'll probably be recommending further study on 6-3, 4-1, and 2-2.
Okay. Don or Diane, do you want to respond? Or you have a comment? Diane Gould?
Hi, yes, I did have, well, oops, sorry, I'm trying to turn my, I had a question, really, and I don't, this might be directed to BSC staff as far as how the express terms should be formatted with regards to it's item 2 dash, I think it's 2-2. It's the one about where Roy was talking about how the 400 pounds was kind of glommed on to the blocking the egress in the way it's currently worded, and now their express terms is showing to make that as item D. I noticed in their express terms that causes the next amendment to be renumbered from D to E, and that's co-adopted with DSA. We don't show that in our express terms now. We don't have any objection to that renumbering, but do we, this may go as a further study anyway, but do we need to incorporate that in our express terms, or is this kind of an editorial thing where it doesn't matter and we'll just go along with it?
Commission staff respond to that?
Yeah, if that's simple renumbering, we can take care of that during codification. If that's not
okay.
necessary.
So no need for us to, for DSA to adjust our express terms to reflect that.
Okay. Don, I skipped, sorry, I thought that was going to be a clarification, but so Don still has her hand up. Diane, are you done?
I'm done. Sorry to go out of order.
No
Didn't
problem.
mean to do that.
No, that's not a problem. I just want to make sure that Don had not forgotten her. She's up next.
Yeah, I'm not an order stickler, so I appreciate your comments. I just, outside of what Gwyneth has added, I did have some similar comments.
Okay.
I just had one on, I guess this is item number, whatever. It's dealing with the interim equipment, which we've talked about in the past. I would like to propose, and this is editorial, removing the word however, and removing the words used in the design. It could read calculated F sub P shall be reduced by, may be reduced by 50%.
Could you give
That's
a
it.
section number reference for that, please?
Sure. Let's see. That's going to be, the section number in code is 1617A.1.18, subsection 13.1.4, and that's item 6 in code, and it's under item 2, and I believe it's 2-1. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that the Oshpod folks know where you're, but I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing too.
Can I respond to that item? The thing is that if I take out however, then doesn't necessarily match with the previous sentence above. Like seismic design for supports and attachments for interim equipment shall meet the requirements of chapter 13. Okay. If we remove, however, does that then change something? Because that's an exception to that requirement, right?
Okay, then I would prefer the word and A&D, and the calculated blah, blah, blah. And the calculated FP may be reduced by 50%. Or put a period after chapter 13 and start a new sentence, which is what you proposed. So again, this is editorial. I don't think the words however and used in the design are adding meaningful information to that proposed content.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand your question. We'll see how we can change it until we get the meaning.
And this, which item number that would be 2-2? No.
Yeah, it's the same one. It's
2-1.
2-1.
Yeah,
I believe it's the same.
2-2.
Oh, 2-2. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's the same item that
Gwyneth was talking about. Okay, yeah, I had that noted as 2-2. Okay, any other comments, Don? No, that's it. I don't see any other raised hands on the committee. Are there any public comments? I guess the first question is for HKI and Ashpad. Did you receive any public comments on any of these items?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any raised hands in the audience, and I don't see, is there anyone on the phone? No. Okay, so back to the committee. The items that were discussed or that had reservations were 2-2, 4-1, and 6-3. Is that correct, Gwyneth? Okay. So could I get a motion about the remainder? Let's do it backwards.
Sure. I move to approve 1-1, 2-1, 2-3, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 4-2, 5-1 through 5-7, all items there.
Right.
Item 6-1, item 6-2, and 6-4 through 6-8, 7-1 through 7-13, 8-1, 8-2, 9-1, 10-1.
Okay. So basically, without repeating all of those, the ones you deliberately excluded were 2-2, 4-1, and 6-3.
Correct.
And so it'd be the bulk of the rest of. Is everybody clear on? Now, that was a motion, and Don seconded it. Is there any discussion about that? This would be those items. Again, I'll go through them very quickly. 1-1, 2-1, 2-3, 3-1, 2, and 3, 4-2, 5-1 through 7, 6-1 and 2, 6-4 through 8, 7, 1 through 13, 8, 1 and 2, 9, 1, and 10, 1. So is everyone clear on what we're voting on? And those would be for approval as submitted. I don't see any comments. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
And sorry, who was the second?
Don Anderson. Sear, motion, second by Anderson.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Para Sargisian.
Aye.
Gerald Damnich,
Aye.
David Davy,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Randall, you're muted.
Sorry, forgot the kill switch. Aye.
Thank you.
Dan Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Zero,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay. So then we have 3 outstanding items. Can we roll them together? Does it make sense to?
I'm okay rolling it together.
Okay. And there would be also, so why don't, let's try a motion.
Okay, I move items 2-2, 4-1, and 6-3 for further study based on criteria 6. I'll describe each one really briefly. The interim equipment needs to be cleaned up a little bit, maybe make it non-permissive language, like required language, so shall be permitted. Pick up Dawn's edits regarding potentially getting rid of the however and just say and or but. Well, I don't know. I forget what you said, Dawn. I'm sorry. You had a suggestion there about putting a period and then somehow better defining that you don't have to worry about sliding, but you have to worry about overturning. I didn't find it very clear there. In terms of 4-1, this matches the independence, trying to clarify what's a broker, or making sure that everything is very clear that where you can have conflicts, or it's not really conflict because it's the same individual or same firm, and then changing the or to and.
So basically what you would like to see is this was discussed under the administrative code item.
Correct.
Just have them be parallel language.
It should be parallel language. And then the last one is 6-3 test acceptance criteria. I gave you an alternate wording that I think is clearer.
Okay. Are there any, so we have a motion and a second. I don't see any other raised hands for discussion. So I think that we can go ahead and call the roll. This would be for approval, excuse me, for further study for 2-2, 4-1, and 6-3.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian.
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sira,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, so now we need a global motion for items 17 on the agenda, OSHPD 03/22 for
Move to
volume 2.
Move to approve agenda item 17, the committee's action thereupon.
Okay. You get a second?
Second, Tyree.
Okay, thank you, Dave. All right. Don't think we need any discussion on that one, so let's call the roll.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Sira,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
unanimous motion carried.
Okay, we're down to item number 18. And I'm not recusing myself on this one. It is existing building, but I didn't participate in any of these items. Let's go ahead and hear from the agency.
Thank you, Chairman Winkle. Okay, this proposal is for agenda item number 18, is for the 2022 intervening California Building Code Part 10, and the proposed amendments provides editorial and minor technical modifications to existing regulations, more for clarification and consistency. Some of these amendments were presented to the Hospital Building Safety Board Structural Non-Structural Regulations Committee on June 22nd, 2022. The proposed action is to make amendments to Title 24, Part 10, and includes the following. Revisions were made in the A chapters to align with changes made in the 2021 IEBC, restructuring of the requirements for smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, for buildings retrofit to SPC 4D performance level, an existing amendment for the construction of the response spectrum and acceleration time histories which reference sections in the 2016 CBC were inadvertently left out. So this amendment establishes the original amendment intent. Then we clarified the acceptance criteria for non-structural elements for buildings retrofit to SPC 4D, where allowable drifts are exceeded for the damage performance level. And then we said those elements for the non-structural elements need to be checked only for items identified in Chapter 6, Article 10 of the California Administrative Code. So not every single non-structural element, only those specific items. And then for buildings removed from acute care service, we clarified that the use of firewalls is limited only to freestanding buildings. A fire barrier may be provided if the building will remain under OSHPD jurisdiction. So thank you for your time and consideration for approval. We are happy to answer any questions or go over any items being proposed.
Okay, I see Cheryl Domnich has a raised hand. And Dawn after that.
Hi, thank you for that presentation, Roy. I have a question on item number 1-2 on the reference to 307A smoke alarms. So this is chapter, 3A. My question is, we're talking about hospitals. Should this be smoke detection or fire alarm and detection? Normally, in the healthcare environment, we do not see single station smoke alarms. We normally will see system connected smoke detection. And so I find that terminology confusing, especially with reference to the California Building Standards Code, where when you look up all the I2 criteria, it's going to be referencing smoke detection rather than smoke alarm.
You'd like to respond to that?
Okay, this was more of a cleanup item, but I think Nancy Timmons has raised a hand, so I will let Nancy answer that question. Nancy?
Hello again. Thank you, Roy. And thank you everybody. So we just put the reference in here to comply with the building standards code. We didn't change any of our language of where smoke detection or that smoke detection would be required. We just put the reference back to the building, to the building code, because the reference that was there was not the appropriate place for us. So we didn't change anything with our language at all for the detection requirement versus alarm.
So detection's still present and it's not listed because it wasn't changed.
Right.
Okay. Cheryl, is that, whether you agree or not, is that a response to your question?
It's a response.
Okay.
Not sure that I understand it, but.
Okay.
I'd like to just add just a little bit. So the reason we made this change was because there was a change in the 2021 IEBC, which deleted some sections from chapter 5 and then put them in chapter 3. So we were just matching that. That was pretty much what we were doing here.
Okay, actually, I see it now. I didn't have the CEBC open, so I see what you did now. I think I understand what you did. And in fact, when I submit my comments on the adoption of the IEBC, one of my comments relates exactly to the use of the terminology smoke alarms in that adoption. So I could address it when I submit my comments during the 45-day period.
Okay, thank you. Dawn, your hand's up. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you.
There you are.
So I noticed that there are, and we're talking about chapter 3A, item 1, I get a lot of calls from structural engineers asking if there are requirements to provide accessibility. And I'm just wondering if there's a pointer in any of the regulations that you have put up that path of travel is triggered on essentially most scopes of work that involve structural, retrofit, etc. This one is specifically on additions, I'm gathering.
We did not make any change, and Richard Tannehill is not here, but we didn't make any change. So whatever was there existing previously in the 2022 code is there. We did not, for this intervening code cycle, we didn't touch it. I'm assuming it is already there because whenever we are doing work, those accessibility gets triggered in many situations. So, but we didn't make any change in that area.
So the strikeout for compliance with accessibility is appropriate?
No, that would be that compliance. Oh, I see what you're saying, but this is, it could be because it was duplicated. I will have to double check. I don't know the answer to that at this time.
That's fine. That's a fair answer.
Yeah, it's maybe that's what you're getting at as well, is it's not clear to me whether that strikeout is a new proposal or just a repeat of what's already in the code. I haven't gone back.
Yeah.
Go back and look. Any other comments, Don? Okay, none. I don't see any other raised hands. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make a comment on any of the items in agenda item 18?
There's no hands and there's no phone participants.
I couldn't understand that.
There are no hands raised and there's no phone participants.
Okay, great, thank you. So we're back to the committee. Let's try a motion.
I would put forth a motion to send back for further study item number 1, sub part 1-1. Just for further study with respect to coordination with the rest of the code on that. And that probably would be under 9-point item number 6.
Okay. Can I get is there a second for that? Mr. Lobo, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just looking at the ISOR for that, and it says this is an editorial change to repeal existing amendment and reserve section 301A.5 as international existing building code. Section 301.5 was previously deleted. So it was just to match a deletion, because see, the A chapters were taking everything from the non-A chapters for chapter 3, and so we were just matching those items there in the A chapter. So if you deleted it here, we were deleting it here. That's all. In chapter 3, we're deleting it in 3A.
Okay. Was there a second for that motion?
So I guess my comment then would be that this would remain, and that also in chapter 3 it would also remain, but that is beyond the scope of this proposal, but that would be my.
Okay.
So the motion would be for further study with that desire. Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I will second it. Gwen Sear.
Okay, thank you. We need any more discussion? I'm really just on personal comment on this. I'm sympathetic. I think I know where Don's coming from. I'm not sure procedurally it's proper to do this, that we're undoing a deletion that probably shouldn't have occurred in the basic section 3, and it's being duplicated in 3A, and I'm not sure the agency will have to decide whether they think they have that ability within their scope. But I think it would be worth looking at it again. I think this is an unfortunate deletion. But that's kind of, you're trying to make it parallel, and I think it shouldn't have gone away in the first place, but that's where we're at. Cheryl?
Yeah, I actually question this procedurally because I don't really
I do too.
see a change in the scope, the language. So I'm going to be, if we have a first and a second and we go to vote, I'm going to be voting no on this.
There was a second. Gwyneth seconded the motion. So the motion would be for further study for item 1-1. Is that correct, Don? Okay, yes, she nodded yes. Okay, any other comments? Okay, well, let's call the question on the motion on 1-1.
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sarkisian,
Is that a nay or an aye? Nay.
Cheryl Domnich,
Nay.
David Tyree,
Nay.
Randall Metz,
Nay.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwyneth Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Nay.
5 object, 3 in favor, motion failed.
Okay, so we need a new motion.
Move to approve. Go ahead, Cheryl.
I'm sorry, was that you, Gwyneth?
Yeah, it's okay.
I'll second your motion for that
Well,
package.
yeah, I haven't made the motion. But I
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
it.
Go ahead. You
Go
want to
ahead,
finish
Bob.
it?
Sure. It's move to approve the entirety of agenda item 18. It's items 1-1 through 1-4, 1-1 through 1-9, 2-1, 2-2, and 3-1.
Are you excluding anything?
No.
Okay, so it's the entirety of item 18.
Second that.
Okay, seconded, and Cheryl.
I'm
I
good.
guess Era seconded
good.
the motion before the motion, but Era did it after, so we'll give him the second. So we're clear, it's basically the entirety of item 18 would be for approval as submitted. So I don't see any raised hand.
And I would ask that Oshpod look into the disability section that Don raised, just to make sure that it's somewhere. If it's not supposed to be there, it's somewhere else. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, this was talking about existing buildings, and we've had a lot of conversation about existing buildings during this session. So that was not my intent. And my intent is more that there's a pointer that would point to accessibility requirements. That's it.
I would make I'd second, I think what both Gwyneth and Don were saying is I intend to vote for the motion, but I would hope that the agency, when they look at the entirety of what may happen in the existing building code in its entirety, which is, we had the discussion over the last couple of days, that they look and see how all of these pieces fit together. I think that the agency has heard what we're talking about, and I think they'll take a look at it, but I would expect that each of us may make comments on this in the 45-day.
I also have some comments similar to Cheryl's, but I'll submit those as well with hers as I did before. So
Okay, so the motion on the floor, moved and seconded, is adopt item 18 as submitted, with the provision of some looking back at some of the comments. You want to call a roll?
Steve Winkle,
Aye.
Ara Sargisian,
Aye.
Cheryl Domnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Metz,
Aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Kevin Moore,
Aye.
a unanimous motion passed.
All right. And that's the motion in total, so we don't need another motion. The agenda item in total. So we're to the best part of the agenda, which is adjournment. I'll take 30 seconds, not even that much, but I wanted to thank all of the committee members for their diligence and their comments. Especially thank the staff for keeping up with us and keeping us on track. The public for commenting and going through all of this with us. I would urge anyone who has public comments to continue to, whether you're on the committee or in the audience, to continue to participate and turn in the comments. We made a lot of things where we asked people to make changes, and I hope we'll follow through and tell them what we would like them to do, so that the commission understands. But again, thanks to everybody for a great session. So, do we need a move for adjournment? We do, don't we?
I think Mia has her hand up.
All right. Mia, do you get to vote?
No, thank you, though. No, I wanted to concur with what Chair Winkle said. I want to thank Steve and Cheryl for their leadership the last couple days. I really
Thank you,
appreciate
Cheryl.
everything that you
Yes,
do.
thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. And if I could take a minute just to talk about next steps, and a little bit about the Code Advisory Committee, and then we can adjourn. I kind of been doing this at the end of each of the Code Advisory Committee meetings, because this is the last time we'll utilize these Code Advisory Committees for this entire cycle. So it started 18 months ago, and we utilize these committees, and then we do it again in the intervening. And then I want to remind everybody that we will be announcing the application process for the next Code Advisory Committee window, probably late 2023. So later this year, we advertise that. We go through the application process, commission selection process, and reconstitute these committees. You know, unlike many other states, the Code Advisory Committee for California is a little bit special. We can't do this without your technical expertise on these types of building standards, and it's greatly appreciated. I want to mention just what Steve mentioned is that next steps are the 45-day public comment period. So what will happen is the state agencies will resubmit any changes to our office based on your recommendations, and those will be made available to the public for 45-day. We're planning on the 45-day comment period to be April 7th through May 22nd. And then the state agencies will respond to those comments and resend their packages back to BSC staff again prior to the summer commission meetings. These dates are available on our, the 45 days dates aren't on our website quite yet, but the dates for the commission meetings are on our website. We're going to have a late June 3-day meeting, which I think these packages will be heard then. And then we're going to have another meeting in early August. And we'll probably hear the green and the PME packages at that meeting. So again, I want to thank you all for volunteering your time and very much appreciate your input. And thank you for letting me chime in.
Oh, thank you. One technical thing that I actually heard someone in the audience allude to, and I personally had a problem. I would hope the commission staff would talk to the agencies about naming conventions for files, because I had a lot of trouble downloading things from the box file, where it would start to open the file and it said that the file name was too long. So I had to, I found a workaround by doing zip files, but in any case, whether it's box or just good old Microsoft, let's talk about naming conventions. So having said that, I would like a motion. for
I
adjournment.
make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
On that,
And I got lots of seconds. All right. Any discussion?
Great group. Thank you for including me. Thank you.
Thank you for participating, all of you. And again, a special shout out to Cheryl for filling in behind me on existing.
You won't forget that, Steve. She's gonna get you back.
I owe her now. She's going to let me know that. Anyway, do we need to, let's call the roll. Let's do it one last time.
Steve Winkel,
Aye.
Ara Sargsyan. Cheryl Damnich,
Aye.
David Tyree,
Aye.
Randall Betts,
aye.
Don Anderson,
Aye.
Gwen, sorry, Gwen Searer,
Aye.
Stephen Moore.
Aye.
Okay. So let's go out and all have a virtual beer. See you later.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye, everybody.